Through Charles 1050, give me those 27
Reset all audio.
Roscoe.
Traffic. Records on T. 631, all units, 10-8. Plus. Hi. Only at 10:31. In the 4743. highway clear.
Oh, what?
Southern Boulevard, President Donald J. Trump Boulevard. And I immediately maybe snapped at him and said, Eric, give me a few minutes. I'm a freshman. I need some time. But after a few minutes to process, I realized he was right, which is rare in our marriage. I might point that out. But I realized that it also needed to happen. This is something that was a great idea. I'm in this role because of our good friend who is here today, FHP Director Dave Kerner, he reached out to me and told me, Meg, our state needs more servant leaders that care. And I'm here because President Trump spoke common sense when common sense was completely under attack. So I'm so grateful to be a warrior here for you, sir, and to have honestly
Hotel 1050.
1050, go ahead.
What's at 1051 on standby?
1040, just advise you were wrong. Stand by.
Big hopes for a better new year. I really felt like, well, how could it get worse in 2025? It can't. And now we're only 2 weeks into it. All hell is broken loose. If this was Jenga, there'd be blocks of wood all over the house. So far, in half a month, Trump toppled Venezuela. He's threatening to forcibly gobble up Greenland, and he may be about to send armed troops into the city of Minneapolis, right here in the United States. Our FIFA Peace Prize-winning president posted this morning, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. No kidding, President DJT. As if anyone else would write that. The Insurrection Act would allow President Trump to send troops into Minneapolis to stop the civil unrest that started when President Trump sent ICE into Minneapolis to start the civil unrest. But I don't know. I guess you do have to look at it from his perspective.
Last name Rodriguez. Henry, Adam, Nora, David, Robert, Young. Date of birth 2.
Unethical gadgets that cause chaos, part 14. This is the Flipper Zero, but cheaper. M5 stack card computer. By the way, this is for educational purposes only. Do not try this at home. It can basically borrow stuff from other devices on the same network, aka your local coffee shop, using something called Evil Portal. Do what you will with that information. It can control specific devices like your phone, smart home devices, watches, and I can't think of any more, but and like a lot more stuff. And this thing can also do RFID as well, with obviously a custom attachment to emulate security keys for specific security doors, just like the Flipper Zero, while also having a full-size keyboard. And with the ability to add custom modules, this thing is pretty sick. And boys, I can confirm this thing has an off and on switch. Need that. But guys, just let me know if you ever cop one so I can help you in the comments. Let me know. Unethical gadgets that cause chaos, part 14. This is the Flipper Zero, but cheaper. M5
34 off 30.
10-4. No, 6/30/14. Date of birth.
20 handle police Corpus, Solar 2 p25 p25.
1200.
3454 2873.
Okay.
Placement scan complete. 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 Good. Placement scan complete.
Chest heading from yard.
Trim. Trim.
50936849. Repeating 50936849.
Sure, on anything that you bring to council, it's, it's not just what's in front of us, it's the entire 50,000-foot view.
We can do that.
Okay? Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
The 200,000 is for consultants.
Negative flight
and
in progress.
It's also for the far field study.
Correct. Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, it's the most
Linux voice control restarted.
And probably most expensive cost in that number I gave Councilman Cantu is for the actual study.
Okay.
September 2026 on 2008 Mitsubishi Carryall green color.
Did involve quick to the next item.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Barretta.
City's property.
Thank you, Mayor. Linux voice control restarted.
You guys are playing whack-a-mole.
I'm getting files that are related to it.
Good.
Did not come through.
Linux scan complete.
Higher level
24.
I'm getting files with the district attorney's office.
Good.
You've got limited
Placement
resources
scan complete.
and you're doing amazing.
From yard. Villarreal and Masters 2 clear expired 2025 negative 29.
Good.
Okay. Chest heading from yard 806. I'd imagine.
Placement scan complete.
Please file those charges directly with the district attorney's office. It is enhanced because it involves a public utility. It's breaking the city's property related to the operation of a public utility. So that's one of the things that takes it to being a higher level misdemeanor and getting filed with the district attorney's office. But it did not come through us.
With the legal department,
Scan complete.
one way or another.
But it did not come through us.
Good.
With the legal department,
Scan complete.
one way or another.
Please file those charges
Good.
directly with the district attorney's
Placement
office.
scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Process 22.
A public utility. It's
Up in another way, so I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be voting.
This is okay, right?
Quick question.
It's pretty bad. What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator? I'd say 49. What sounds worse, 49 years or history? I think 49 years almost sounds worse. Maybe I'll just use it and I won't argue with these people. As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months has been...
Sidewalks then qualify as a economic development
Scan complete.
under this criteria?
Everything looks good.
I'm just asking because if... and I love the aquarium. I mean, I was just there yesterday. They have great food, great venue.
Negative fight in progress.
Of economic development is the bar.
Rename negative fight in progress. 21
What was the language that the voters approved? What was the language? Do you know what that was?
Linux voice control restarted. Placement scan complete.
The terminology was tracked in the ordinance was actually defined in the terms that were made.
Placement scan complete.
The authority of both the city that created that was the first funding source for the aquarium as a whole. I thought we were going to go in that direction for this parking lot under the TERS, but I don't think there's enough money in there.
Yeah, I think.
So in terms of economic.
I'd imagine.
Been just 1.6%. The numbers we just announced just before I came on stage. And GDP.
Placement scan complete.
I'd imagine. From the yard.
Good.
Naval base, flying solo 275.
Placement scan complete.
459. It's for an older female.
Trim complete. Processed 20. Quarantine 0.
Public utility. It is enhanced because
Renaming complete.
related to the operation.
21 files renamed.
Breaking the city's property related to being a higher level misdemeanor and getting filed with the district attorney's office.
LV Linux voice control restarted.
Placement scan complete. Did not come through us.
One way or another. The legal department came to the decision. One way or another. I just don't want to get to the point as to we're trying.
So it's where we're at is where we're at right now.
Well, hopefully we can see
so it's where we're
about
at
a
is
couple
where
of those
we're at.
measures
Right
we discussed. Well, hopefully we can see requesting a revisit about a couple of those measures we discussed.
Okay, we'll work with the board chair. They do meet monthly, but they can have a special meeting as well. Okay, we'll work with the board chair. They do meet monthly, but they can have a special meeting.
I thought I'd weigh in. I was at closed session on this item. I wasn't alarmed shared with me. I was in city staff. I wasn't alarmed about what was shared with me by city staff.
It involves a public utility. It's breaking the city's property related. It is enhanced because
Placement scan complete.
And getting filed with the property related to, but it did not come through
Linux voice control restarted.
being higher level
24.
and getting filed with the
Thank you, dispatch operator. Thank you.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yours.
breaking the city's property related. It is enhanced.
P is smashing expectations with the fastest growth for this country in many years. The fourth quarter is projected at...
Did not come
Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. 22.5.
Because it involves a public utility.
Good. Placement scan complete. 22.5. Good. Placement scan complete.
Public utility. It's breaking the city's property related to because it involves a public utility that takes one being a higher level and getting filed with
Placement scan complete. 21 files remain. Placement scan complete. 21 files remain.
For the negligence, whether we did it on purpose or not.
Linux voice control restarted.
Fair healthcare.
We have to, in the process, there has to be an understanding of what he wants.
Voice control restarted.
But it took a city manager with vision to say, hey, we're going to look at this and we're going to invest
Placement scan
in a
complete.
consultant to tell us professionally what we're doing wrong and to weed through all the
property related to the operation of public utility.
lack of information and the fact that,
One of the things
that
that takes
and you've committed to doing that, and I think
Placement scan complete.
There has to be an understanding of what he wants.
Scan complete.
Public comment on item number.
Placement scan complete.
The city couldn't use
Placement scan complete.
issue with the distribution, so
Placement
that's a
scan
bad
complete.
scenario anywhere.
Placement scan complete.
I just don't like the fact how he's being
Placement
treated.
scan complete.
Period. And what, I
Trim.
don't see you guys treating
Placement
anyone
scan
else like
complete.
that.
Trim.
You know, this is the small business owners. I mean, this is not the Valero. This is not the
Trim.
set of parties.
So that's a bad scenario anywhere. Doesn't matter if it's Corpus Christi. So
I just don't like the fact that he's being treated. Period. And what, I don't
see
you treating anyone else like that. This is small business
Placement scan complete.
Again, I just want to say, this is just
I mean, this is not the Valero. This is not the
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yours.
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yours.
Good. Placement scan complete.
In direction of unit.
Trim.
McDonald's on business 35. Copy ending. 13, 15. Right, 2. And we just have a call that just came in.
Put it up over there by the railroad tracks.
Trim complete. Placement scan complete. Process 19. Quarantine 2. 22 files.
Okay, Ricardo.
Renaming complete.
Fort Dennis Johnson. Thank you.
Breaking the city's property related is enhanced because it involves a public utility that takes it to being a higher level misdemeanor, breaking and getting the city's property related.
Trim complete. Placement scan processing
Came being a higher level misdemeanor.
24.
And getting filed in the district
Good.
attorney's office.
Placement scan complete.
I have sent him view a clear ID card only. Fire 626 negative. I imagine.
So if we get that out of the way, we'll bring up some of these other wires out of the way. Right now, it's connected. So these contacts here can separate out, and there's three on each side.
Placement scan complete.
Spring loaded all the way down. And so what we'll do is
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard. I'd imagine. I'd imagine.
Are signing up for the larger community activities that occur, like we're going to the Home and Garden in the fall, things like that, to spread word about our adoption program.
I might need some help from
placement scan complete.
Miles, the voters guide for this.
Well, I mean, the terminology was tracked in the ordinance, and the findings were made.
That concludes my report. So I'm here.
It is within the
some of the executives are here as well.
Both the City Council and the Type B Corporation to determine that element of economic development is this particular type of
I just want to
type of
point
assistance
this
in the
out, Peter.
ordinance.
I'm very
The City
disappointed
Council
with you on the Park Field Advisory Board because the council directed you to make sure that this committee is not
Linux voice control restored. Trim complete. Process 19.4 and 10.2. Linux voice control restored. Renaming complete.
Is there a specific economic development outcome? Is there a business or employer directly involved? Are we creating jobs?
Busy standby.
5.4%, and that's despite the Democrat shutdown where we lost at least 1.5 points. You know, the Democrat shutdown, we would have had close to 7.
Complete.
Think of that, close to 7. They were projecting too. The fakers were projecting
Scan
too.
complete. Everything looks good. Everything looks good. Placement scan complete. Linux voice control restored. Everything looks good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Scan complete. Linux voice control restored. Everything looks good. Everything looks good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Good. Scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan. Trim. Trim. Trim started. Trim complete. Trim process 21. Quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Complete. Processed 20, quarantined 1. LVC. Linux voice control restarted. Trim complete. Processed 19. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed.
And if we keep deregulating and adding more capacity, like I saw today at Ford, and if we don't raise interest rates every time good news is mentioned, in the old days,
04093.
probably old. I used to be up at these lecterns and I'd say, I'm younger than pretty much.
Yeah. Sam, if you ever coming from English,
634. A transporting one mail, meeting with CBP at Portland.
Okay.
Much everybody in the room. Now I say I'm older than pretty much everybody in the room. I like it the other way better, actually. But you're too young. But in the old days, when you had good numbers, interest rates would go down. When you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. That's the way we're going to make it again. That's the old-fashioned way. That's the right way.
.01 database. Didn't nobody go through.
Today, if you announce great numbers, they raise interest rates to try and kill it. So you can never really have the kind of rally you should have. What happens and what we want, we're going to have a lot of great months, a lot of great quarters. I want the market to go up. You announce unbelievable numbers and the market goes down because they know you're going to do everything possible. In the Fed, we have a real stiff in the Fed, but that's for another day. But they raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers, it's great, great, great. And the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No, when the market goes up, we should lower rates. You want to see 20% and 25%? You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news, the market should go up, not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the way it used to be for most of the time. That's the way you make a country great. But our growth potential is unlimited and could be much higher if we went back to sanity. We're not doing it anymore. We're talking about the head of the Fed, and I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up.
I got my hands on the world's smartest glasses, which can auto-translate from language to language in real time. And oh my, I'ma need that. These are the Roku glasses. All you gotta do is turn them on, then go to the AI translator that's powered by ChatGPT, I may add, and watch as the subtitles appear from a person like they are an NPC in a video game. Yeah, who thought it would be a good idea for me to have these? I just can't wait to use them for someone that's talking in a different language that's talking smack to me, and I know exactly what they're saying. But Brian, doesn't privacy mean anything to you? Apparently not. Seriously, these are super useful because I'm going to be taking these on the DR with me, even though I'm pretty sure people speak English there, but whatever. The Roku glasses are now on Kickstarter, so if you want to support this project, link will be in my bio. I got my hands on the world's smartest glasses, which can auto-translate from language to language in real time. And oh my, I'ma need that. These are the Roku glasses. All you gotta do is turn them on, then go to the AI translator that's powered by ChatGPT, I may add, and watch as the subtitles appear from a person like they are an NPC in a video. Unethical gadgets that cause chaos, part 14. This is the Flipper Zero, but cheaper. M5 stack.
I'm in the rest of the gym.
It looks like some. This is a Flipper Zero, and this is a Raspberry Pi. The New York Mayor inauguration bans Raspberry Pis and Flipper Zeros alongside explosives. So looking at the FAQs, what should I wear and what should I bring? You can see they say bring a small bag, etc. Prohibited items include large bags, weapons, fireworks or explosives. And going towards the end here, Flipper Zero and Raspberry Pi. Really strange that they've banned these items because I don't see laptops running Kali or Linux or ParaOS or another hacking distribution here. I also don't see phones being banned. How a Flipper Zero and a Raspberry Pi are more dangerous than, say, other hacking tools, I don't know. But as some news organizations have noted, the Raspberry Pi is a general purpose single board computer. It shows up in classrooms, art installations, etc. They say here that a Flipper Zero is a consumer electronics testing tool, but its functional territory overlaps heavily with laptops, smartphones, radios, and microcontrollers that remain perfectly legal to carry. If the concern is electronic interference, signal disruption, or hacking, the policy does not say that. It gestures vaguely by naming a couple of gadgets and hoping the implication sticks. Curiosity.
10-4.
1205.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20, quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. LV Linux voice control restarted.
$93 million for streets by our two general fund funding streams that have dedicated revenues for streets, and then the bond program had a $35 million package. This 27 shown here is the remainder. We already spent some last fiscal year. So $93 million, the fiscal cliff, or the street funding cliff, can be seen in that column called the forecast for 27.
Spent some last fiscal
year. It's a 47% reduction in available funding because street funding, we don't have any more one-time revenues, we don't have any more fund balance. We don't have a 47%, and we have less property tax reduction in available funding. Because there's a zero in there for the bond program, one-time revenues. We don't have any more fund policy. We'll talk about with the council. We have property tax package in the bond program that almost consumes. There's a zero in there for the bond program just for residential streets. So we can keep funding somewhat close to $93 million. If we did not do that, the council will decide if we want to do. The base would be $44 million. We're in a cycle of doing a bond program 50% less every 2 years. This is a reality that we will talk to the council on. Processes, the city council, but it's no pun intended, but the rubber's meeting the road at this point. So we'll be talking more with council about it as we go through these next couple of months. So we can't do it. We don't have people that also once in a decade. The city of Corpus Christi, the Oasis County, and the Portland Ranches signed it to do beaches on the beaches. $12. It hasn't changed. The city Porter Ranches signed want to increase the fee, and so if they want to, we all have to do it together on the beach. That's how the agreement works with the state. And so Michael Dice may have briefed some of you. I know we sent a memo already. The plan is to recommend to the city council increasing the fee from $12 to $20. That would be 2027. It wouldn't take effect until 2027. Coming up in these coming months. And if you took $12 since 2002 and applied inflation to it every year, it would be $20. So it sounds like maybe a lot, 20 to 12. Voice control restarted. City council and the regions with inflation. So they can be ready. These dollars will be used to help keep our beaches clean. And again, all three entities have to be in concert with this. Otherwise, it can't be done. And so we just talked about partnership earlier in our TERS meeting, but we don't want Port Aransas or the county to try to go it alone. And then there's all these different permits on the beach. So this is something that's coming back to City Council in February. And then I talked about it earlier, but the impact fees and trust funds. So this thing, I was double checking these dates here, but this project is almost, I guess, 6 years old. this council and this community, or this organization, with some of the council members, have been working on this question since 2019.
Good.
So in 2019, 2020, the City Council directed staff to look at the trust funds and look at alternative funding mechanisms to bring in money for when developers build new subdivisions to generate revenues to pay for infrastructure, wastewater, water, roads, stormwater.
Security scan.
So in a new subdivision, those funds have to come from somewhere. Trust funds are used. It's really unique to Corpus. I think we found one other city that might use a trust fund, or impact fees, which is a more commonly used revenue-generating practice. And so the council and the community, the development community, Moses Mastagacci, we need to thank him. He's been the chair of what's known as the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee.
Unnecessary use of radio culture.
They have almost 30, 29 to be exact, meetings. They have 6 subcommittee meetings and 19 updates to the City Council. The City Council has not taken the vote yet on, are we going to fix the trust funds, or are we going to switch over to impact fees? And so again, this is like a decade. This is pretty unique for this council. You'll be making history here. The council has to decide. We're going to be bringing this back to council in the March timeframe. And what's the last action that happened from the council is the council told the SEAC, that committee, what would it take to improve the trust funds so that they would be on the same footing with an impact fee, generate the same amount of money. And the SEAC did that, and so they're going to present those recommendations to this council.
We
can switch over to what is commonly used in most Texas country, which is so that's coming to this council. The Term 7 creation is a policy item too. This is again just stuff that we're working on, 15 different things, and this next really 2.5 months, because January is half over. So TERS number 7, there's an item on the agenda today to approve the TERS, but in the coming weeks, the council still has to make board appointments. The TERS will have a first board meeting. The TERS will develop interlocal agreements, so the city will with Nueces County and Del Mar College. And then there'll be some conversation on the PID instrument, the Public Improvement District, for the Marabella project. So this TERS is somewhat new in how it's being used and supported. And then the TERS creation policy, we do not have one, so we have a PID policy. We want to create a TERS, we just kind of do it. And so several of the council have asked, let's have a policy that gives us a framework for how we assess and request for TERS. So we have to develop that framework. And this is a trained policy, so the council guiding principles there. So that is going to become a council. I believe we hired a consultant to help us. And now you're going to see some of this coming in these next couple of months in front of the council. Okay, now this one is very important. The last election we had, general election in November of 24, the voters approved the renewal of 2 of our 1/8 cent sales tax venues, known as the Type A, Type B. And the first 1/8 cent was for facilities. It was for the Hilliard Center and the assets behind it, the museums and the water garden. And also in that same 1/8 cent, half of it goes for those C district facilities. The other half is for streets. And then they also approved a 1/8 cent sales tax entirely for the seawall, the downtown seawall, and other flood control. So it's a 20-year tax. Each of those 1/8 cent generates about $200 million. And so we have to bring to council, how do we want to allocate this money? What do we want to invest it in? Do we want to do pay-as-you-go? Do we want to issue in November of debt and get some big projects done now? We don't have the SG time to wait and it's already in 20 years. This program will be smaller. We bring this back to council every 5 million. We don't have any money. Same side. Concept there. We were uniquely getting amended recently in the last legislative session. Only a few cities have this. This is where we know the state will reimburse to us state hotel occupancy tax, state tax, and mixed-use beverage over a 30-year period in this zone around the Hilliard Center. The issue in the past was there was a circumference, a circular circumference, and half our zone was in the bay. So in this last legislative session, they allowed us to just draw it differently to capture as many hotels as we could. So we have to bring the map back to City Council. We also have to bring back the project. What is it that we're going to do? Because you got to do something with the state money, and it's not general maintenance. It has to be some type of extreme enhancement to the Hilliard Center, some type of remodel or slight enhancement or expansion, I should say, because we can use all the state's money to pay for this, but we got to define the zone and define the project and get
City
approval
Council
from the state. So that's something we're working on
either
in these
that
next few months.
the Type B
We've seen several things in the news on affordable housing during the break, but the City Council along with the Housing Corporation and Housing Authority needs assessment. And so we're hiring a consultant to do that. We had an RFP out in November. We had 8 companies put on a request to do this work for us. And so we're in the process of reviewing those proposals. The one professional firm that we recommend to council and that council approves, or if you approve an alternate, will study housing needs here in the community, help us identify what type of housing do we need, how much affordable housing, what percentage of the AMI, what type of housing, where. And so this will be a good tool that we don't have today, but the policy issue for the council will be making sure the scope in that housing needs assessment.
24 files.
I talked to Councilwoman Paxton on generally the scope to begin with, but the council needs to be in agreement with the scope, and then ultimately you're going to pick the firm as well. Or approve the firm's contract.
Linux voice control restarted.
And then our water supply, we have several things on the agenda on this today, so I won't belabor these here, but water supply projects are going to be still front and center. This probably should have been number 1 on the list because it's number 1 in all of our work processes here, but we will be talking to council about some of our projects. Still, a lot of decisions have to be made on the band job and new oasis groundwater wells, effluent reuse is an item on today's agenda, on the inner harbor seawater desalination, and then even on Harbor Island, we have some additional work there. Barney Davis, Councilman Hernandez, on both just in the last couple of days to get some information going there. So those are projects that will be coming to you in policy form over the next 3 months. And also in that is the far field model. We don't have a slide for it, but in that, okay, here it is, we do have one. So the far field model also is important. We have 2 committees that were formed through the Christmas break with the council's help. Total of 18 individuals on each of the committees. The first one is on the far field model.
But for other
Work that will
things
be done
coming up.
on the
I just
project,
wanted
and
to
their
let you know
first
that
meeting that
because
committee
you
completely
can't let
convened,
people
their
break the
first
law.
meeting that
Not to
convenes
do
for the
with
far
this,
field
it's serious
model.
things we're
First
talking about
meeting is
later.
right here, February 24th.
We have one of the most successful attacks ever.
Committee
Can you
meetings
find a way to
all here at City Hall. Committee meetings
But it's a shame. We have some others, but not many.
YouTube,
I'm not a politician, and I'm not forced to play the word salad game
transparent
between
process
crazy.
ever. So we want to broadcast the most transparent meetings live. And so we're also going to have all the minutes transcribed, and the minutes will be available. Everything that's said in those meetings. We're not picking any firm until the committee meets. The committee is going to help us pick the firm to do the far field modeling. And then similarly on the water conservation plan, we want that to be very transparent as well. 18 individuals there will help us update.
We have one of the most successful
our water
attacks
conservation plan.
ever.
We do have one.
And they find a way to
That's
get
to
it
be updated.
updated.
And council did appoint 9 members there.
We have
Like everything looks good. Place scan complete.
The communities around Corpus Christi that we supply water to what would it take
Place scan complete.
North as well. We'll be working. Their first meeting is January 22nd. And those meetings will also be here on the 6th floor. They'll be open to the public, open to the council. We do encourage the council to go,
Scan complete.
especially to
Place
the
scan
council. I
complete.
had a couple of members ask me that during my one-on-one meetings with you recently. And I would encourage you to go to all of them if you can. And if you can't, watch at least some of it on YouTube, or read some of the highlight minutes that we're going to have available, both of that and the conservation plan. and then not to end on something that's pretty high, pretty significant, but the level 1 water emergency policy will be coming to council too in these next 2.5 months. So we've never been in a water situation like this where curtailment is being discussed. So I don't have any book. I can just open up and say, okay, this is how the last city manager did it. And so we got to create it. We got to create it. And Nick has a draft plan. Things like what's curtailment? What does it mean? You just told one news reporter that really the only way it's going to happen is if we have to get by a regional commitment amongst ourselves to work together and want to get through it. Don't have any more water than we ever had. Different supplies, groundwater supplies, including in Nueces County and Evangeline and San Patricio County. But we'd be foolish if we weren't ready, just in case if we did have to go into curtailment. And so we have to have the conversation with the city council and the region, so they can be ready just in case. We'd be foolish not to be ready just in case. So that's something that we'll be talking to the council about as well. So on this last slide here, these are them. These are the 15, and these are just the big policy items I just went through. Several others as well. These are the ones that impact the attention of the city council. Streets, minutes, voice control, sales tax implementation, recommendations, project finance zone, our housing needs, water supply, water conservation, and level 1 water emergency. So, since this is the first meeting, Mayor, I thought it'd be good to share that with you. I've talked to several council members in my one-on-one meetings with the council as well early last week.
This has been crazy.
That'd be good to show the council.
But it's a true honor to be back at the Detroit Economic Club.
The executives are here as well, so we have any detailed questions.
I just want to point this out, Peter. I'm very disappointed with you on the Caulfield Advisory Board because the fact that I think the council worked with you to make sure that this committee is not going to be it's going to be the city one way or another be just arguing back and forth. I mean, the people they have on here, I mean, it's just, I would thought we would have dropped off at the McDonald's on business 35. 18 people, and I just don't think it's going to be as good as we wanted it to be. So just want to throw my opinion out there, and then
are signing up for the larger community activities that occur, like we're going to the Home and Garden in the fall, things like that, to spread word about our adoption program.
Yeah, so we didn't put a request for bid out. We have about 7 firms that we know through our own knowledge and through consulting knowledge. And so those 7 firms are being presented to the committee.
One of the same firm that
terminology was tracked in the ordinance.
Yes, sure is, yeah. It is, and on the panel itself, Councilman, we had hoped that the council would pick some of the appointees I put on there, like somebody from the Heart Institute, somebody from the UT Marine Science Institute, somebody from the Texas State Aquarium, somebody from Hillcrest, somebody from North Beach. So my appointees kind of filled in. We probably had talked to the council about what the council had picked anybody from those institutions or neighborhoods. But we will have a professional consultant from the council. So I think I hear your concern.
What's our budget on that?
Yeah, it's going to be a couple $100,000, because we have 2. We have 2 consultants. We have one that's going to help us do the scope of work. That was plumber, and then we're going to have one.
With all respect, Peter, do we have a consultant to figure out what toilet paper we have to buy? I mean, we have all these
bigger than toilet paper. Yeah.
And I mean, Jesus, I mean, we just pay consultants and consultants. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, that's
this is important for you and the community, and so it's the desal project is that baseline project was $757 million. So we want to make sure,
that's just crazy.
That's a high number, that's a high estimate. But let me tell you, we're going to...
So the consultant is going to figure out what?
So we're going to have 2 days. What's that?
They're going to pick who we're going to use?
No, I just said they're not going to pick. So who's going to pick is the committee of 18 and the city staff will be advising. So the one consultant has to draft the scope of work, like what is it that we need, and have enough detail professionally. The consultant will know what to do for work. The other consultant we'll have is one that'll help manage the meetings.
But we could discuss that with the contractor that we're going to have them do. Like, tell them we want a far-field study. I mean, I'm just trying to save money here. I mean, we don't have money for a lot of things you guys say, and we're just spending money left and right. I mean, it bothers me. I just don't understand why to get a consultant every single time. We're going to pay good money for a far-field study. They should be able to tell us what kind of far-field study we need to get.
Well, they will. There's sort of 7 firms, right, that we have on the list right now.
We have one of the most successful tax ever. And they find a way to
in the procurement process, there has to be an understanding of what it is. But we're going to bring that price down. That's, again, the highest estimate.
Okay, thank you.
And that, yeah. We have to, in the procurement process, there has to be an understanding of what you want.
Councilman Cantu, I think the consultants can figure out the far-field model to be more expensive than the actual far-field model.
Well, that's, I think that's included in there too, Councilman, so thank you.
Good.
That's all in.
Placement scan complete.
There's 3 consultants, actually, so thank you. You got one to help us draft what is the scope of work, and they're going to actually stay on retainer through the whole project as an owner's agent. Then we're going to have the far-field modeler, which we know is 50 to 100,000, which the council asked for, which you asked for, and then the last consultant is one to help have meaningful meetings.
The group, they also have
facilitator.
So the money that's utilized for
we want this to be good.
Okay, so tell me how this parking lot.
Placement scan complete.
On streets during the presentation about how much funding is available for everybody. You also included type B funding for different programs and how much we spend on streets. This is just for residential streets.
Training complete. Good. Placement 21.
Any of the commercial streets or arterial streets that we're doing through our normal maintenance program, type B funding that we decided.
21 files remain.
That's already kicked in. So January 1, we began collecting that money.
Okay, so is any of that, can we move any of that money that we were going to spend on arterials into residential?
Linux voice control restarted.
I believe we can, Councilman. I'm trying to remember if it was dedicated to collector and arterials, but I believe we can. So it's 4.5 million.
I think we need a bigger picture than just the isolation of the residential street program.
Yeah.
So when you bring the streets program to us, make sure you bring us the entire picture of all the programs associated and all the funding sources. I think this gives us a impression of how much money is actually available for streets.
It's pretty close, Councilman, what's available. So
okay, just
the only thing not in there right now is the 4.5 million.
Placement scan complete. Scan complete.
Okay, also on the it's not just the trust funds versus impact fees. They also do a lot of work on master plans for the city, consolidating and digitalizing that, and a good portion of what they were doing was on master plans, which was sorely needed. And the reason why I voted to spend the funding in order to create those master plans. So I want to make sure that it's not something that we did that didn't produce some sort of viable results, because it did. The master plans were sorely needed to consolidate it throughout the city.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm just
highlighting it.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So I want to make sure we're not giving the impression that we didn't get any value for that work.
Okay, that's
time
good.
frame.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned hiring a consultant to do a housing study. And I asked our Dan and Jennifer Buxton to give us a list of all the low-income housing programs, the value of all that across all formats, ourselves, the housing authority, everything that's in existence. And it seems like there's quite a bit that's in existence where there's tax subsidized housing programs. And I think that needs to be upfront when we're talking about this, not just from a baseline of nothing and saying we need more housing. We need to understand what's in existence, and that should be a large part of what is available. I know we're going to be talking about a 9% housing tax credit program that's receiving some funding from Type B, but we have to understand how much money has been put into it already, and it goes back decades. It's not just in the since the last 10 years. I mean, we just redid one that was done 30 years ago. So I want to make sure that we get the full picture on anything that you bring to council. That it's not just what's in front of us; it's the entire 50,000 foot view.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you. It's the entire 50,000.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
We can do that.
Okay.
Just want to clarify. The $200,000 is for consultants, and it is also for the far field study.
Correct. Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, it's the most important and probably most expensive cost in that number I gave Councilman Cantu is for the actual study.
Okay.
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do a far field model. We got to hire a consultant.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. I don't like the price either, but this is probably one of the most important decisions we're going to make on this DSAL.
Right.
So we want to make sure the far field study and we do it right. Okay, just want to clarify.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Corpus.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also just want to clarify that we are here again because, after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project. I call it what it is because it was killed and now we're still wasting more money. As a matter of fact, I just received an email in regards to the core mix, the core mix sample, and was also very flawed and does not show that we should have gone forward on this project. So again, throwing money at this is just ridiculous. So, I of course was appointed a person because if you're not sitting at the table, hello, you know what happens. So again, I just want to say this is just money out the toilet. I mean, it's just terrible. Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Zimmerman, that concludes your report?
That concludes my report, yes.
All right, thank you. So, as we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address that this council chambers is a place for public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity. We will not tolerate violations of decorum. We're here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in that spirit. If you want to speak on a specific agenda item during this discussion, you don't need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. And I'll ask the Attorney Miles Russell to review the council meeting rules of decorum, which will be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference. And I'll ask the Attorney Miles Russell to review the council meeting rules of decorum, which will be displayed on the television screens.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage the allotted time. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will hand it out to us. So at this time, we're going to move on to section G, which is our board and committee appointments. Do we have any public comment on these board or committee appointments? Today we have the Island Strategic Action Committee and the Landmark Commission. Okay, there being no public comment on these appointments, we'll go ahead and move forward with that. Ms. Whitman.
Okay. The first board is the Island Strategic Action Committee. There are 2 vacancies representing the following preferred but not required categories: 1 residential property owner and 1 Padre Isles property owner.
progress.
You guys creating jobs?
Negative 5 in progress.
Okay, we have Terry Brown and Ms. Muse. Any other nominations?
To what would it
Okay.
take to improve the trust funds so that they're
I'll move to approve the two. Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, next we have the Landmark Commission. There's one vacancy representing the preferred but not required category of real estate.
But not required category of real estate.
Councilman Hernandez.
Mayor, I suggest that we table this to get more applications. There's only two, and one of them didn't even have any kind of qualifications on it. And since the preferred category is real estate, there was nobody that submitted that has any real estate background for that board. And considering this is, determining whether or not a building gets, historical identification, I think we need to have somebody with real estate experience on this board. I recommend that we table it for more applications.
I agree with that, but I'd like to know what we can do different to try to gain more traction or interest.
Well, from my perspective.
No, I mean to Ms. Whitcomb, because she would be the one reposting, etc.
Yeah, this one, it's a very specific type of board, right, because of what it does. It promotes the use of historical and cultural landmarks for the culture, prosperity, education, and general welfare of the people of the city. So it's a specific sect of people, I guess, who would be interested in that type of board. We can go out and continue to do some recruitment. We send out recruitment on LinkedIn, and you can send it out to specific groups, architects, historians, people like that, and see if we can gauge some interest there.
In this case, I think we should engage with the Realtors Association to see some aspects.
Yes, correct.
And like I said, it's an I think it's an important thing with regards to this, and I was very active in the ordinance that was updated with it to make sure that we have a good set of eyes and good policies surrounding the Landmark Commission.
No, I agree. You want to make the motion to table?
Yes, I'll make a motion to table this for the recruitment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Great. Moving on to the consent agenda item. Before we go there, I want to let everybody know that per council request, we're pulling item number 21 from the agenda for this meeting, probably back the 27th of January. So consent agenda, does any council member like to pull an item 3 through 14 for individual discussion?
Good.
Number 5 and number 6.
Placement scan complete.
Anyone else?
Placement scan complete.
Any requests from the public to make public comment on items 3 through 14?
I'll give you a name whenever
You can come up.
Brown,
Item number 11 is one reading emergency ordinance approving the 12th amendment to the tax increment reimbursement zone, not to exceed $2 million to government agencies that participate in the TERS number 3 for demolition of the publicly owned buildings.
Good.
Approved by the Board of Directors. Yes, ma'am.
So I heard the debacle this morning from Rachel Caballero. Oh, it's New Year. Happy New Year. We forget the Rachel Caballero D1. I heard the transaction with Commissioner Huxley this morning, and extortion is not the way that the government should be doing business. As far as I am aware, the TERS program is not meant for new development, but to help impoverished areas or areas that have not had economic development in a certain period of time to put money back into those areas that have not been paid attention to. Well, I mean, the entire city could be TERS, but here we go. So the problem is that the county does not pay into TERS. They just allow for a portion of their taxes to go into TERS. But the county does not pay in to TERS. Now, when any small business comes here and asks for any type of monetary compensation, you have to provide a plan, you have to provide financials, you have to provide a schedule, and as of the TERS meeting a little while ago, none of that was available by Councilman Mike Pusley, or Commissioner Mike Pusley. Also, this $2 million is going to be taken from locally owned small business owners that is counting on TERS money to refurbish their buildings. So when a government entity goes to take taxes that they did not pay into, they are taking away from locally owned small businesses. So this is not supporting small businesses in Corpus Christi. It's actually taking from them. If the county would like this money for a project that they've known is going to exist for the last 10 years, they should budget for it.
Negative fight in progress.
We need to get out of the business of extortion. We need to be a city that does the right thing, that looks out for our locally owned small businesses. The political environment is changing, and extortion and threats should no longer be acceptable by this council. I believe the Fab Five understands that, and I just hope the others will come on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to take that comment. Councilwoman Bond.
Mr. Sinoni, will you clarify, because that was one of my questions, what she just said. I hate the word extortion because that's stealing. I don't think the county's trying to steal anything, and we are partners in this. Would you clarify that the demolition is in there? Because that was a question that I asked. Can they use the demolition for that money? Would you clarify?
Yeah, right. So the TERS, based on the project and finance plans, and also the project plans of the existing TERS, demolition has been an eligible, it has been for the 20 years, an eligible expense. Normally it's partnered with a reconstruction. So the action today allows just for demolition because the county doesn't have a redevelopment plan right now. So it's consistent with what the TERS has been used for in the past. And it can be a government building, correct? Yeah, so those are all guidelines that the council has prior approved, but they're also consistent with state law.
Okay, I think it's so important that when we get comments that we need to say statement of fact and explain to them what is going on.
And the last part of that, for clarification, is didn't the law, Arlene, didn't the law change where it is not only, you're not only able to utilize a TERS or create a TERS for a disadvantaged area? Go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah.
So the creation of the TERS, Chapter 311, is not only for redevelopment and helping existing buildings and businesses, but it certainly does include new development. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Good.
Okay, in terms of economic development, the city of Hutto built a statue of a hippopotamus, and were sued, but the Attorney General's office said it's not his place to determine what a community considers economic development. Now, we also have TERS do public infrastructure, which in some sense, this facility or the old courthouse is public infrastructure. It is blighted, for the lack of a better term, and it would be best for our community to have it removed. Now, I use the word because it might have been harsh, but that was intentional. Because somebody's saying that we're not going to participate anymore, and we're going to pick up our toys and go home if you don't do this for us. I don't think that was appropriate, but ultimately the project itself is something that needs to be done. I understand the county's position. They're looking for money, and not participating in TERS would inject some money back into their tax base. Not a whole lot, but it would. I just think, not a whole lot. You shouldn't hold the redevelopment and economic development of downtown in the C district under that kind of coercion. This is another word you could use. We could be working together as a partnership and doing this together, as opposed to saying that we're going to take our toys and go home. That's why I use those terms, but ultimately the project is necessary, it's blighted, we need to get rid of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I will entertain a motion to approve the item as presented.
Good. Placement scan
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Arlene?
It's okay. If she
Could
I actually ask navigate those timelines?
Okay, motion carries. I will also entertain a motion to approve consent agenda item with the exceptions of items 5 and 6.
Complete.
Do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing the B Corporation's Texas State Aquarium parking lot project totaling up to $2 million from the B Corporation for TSA visitor parking lot infrastructure improvements. Councilwoman Vaughn, did you pull this one?
Yes, thank you. I've been reading up on this weekend because it's been a while since I understand the rules for Type B. So tell me, what is the purpose of the Type B funds? Is it economic development? So tell me,
this particular, Dana again, Assistant City Manager, this particular funding was, related to the economic development of the group. They also have affordable housing dollars. This particular money that's utilized for streets as well.
Okay, so tell me how this parking lot is an economic development. How's it qualify?
This project was presented to the Type B back in the summertime. At that time, they were going to have some construction of the demolition of the bridge, also they bought some property, and this was going to revitalize kind of the western portion on the west side of the bridge. And so it was really just going to help them out because they're going to have parking that's going to be down during that time. Since the bridge demolition was delayed, they decided to move those dollars and put it in the parking lot that's under the bridge. It's currently under the bridge. But I would say just that the parking lot was determined to meet the criteria that it was supportive of the visitors that are brought in. Those visitors are spending money at restaurants and bars. They're spending the rest of the day.
To me, there isn't for the aquarium. Okay, so what questions do you ask to determine, what questions does Type B board ask to determine if that's an economic development? Because to me, I support the aquarium, but to me, this is not economic development. It should be hot tax or something else. CIP project, but that, to me, it's not, and we should be following the rules. I mean, I question some of the things they've approved before, and do we need to have the state comptroller to look at and see if we're using this stuff wisely and correctly? Because to me, there has to be an economic development use, and to me, there isn't for the aquarium.
The threshold, as Mr. Hernandez mentioned, at Hutto, and I know Mr. Corpus has brought that up numerous times over the last 10 years, that the determination of economic development of the bar is not that high as far as making
negative fight in progress.
Well, what was the language that the voters approved? What was the language? Do you know what that was?
I might need some help from...
The referendum analysis.
I mean, the terminology was tracked in the ordinance, and the findings were made. It is within the authority of both the City Council and the Type B Corporation to determine that economic development is this particular type of assistance. The City Council also has the discretion, and this actually came out of the Hutto Hippo, the legislation that came out of the Hutto Hippo episode, required City Councils to authorize the programs and of the Type B and Type A corporations. So it's within the discretion of the City Council to determine either that the Type B corporation is permissible or impermissible.
That is such a salad talk to me, Miles. I love you, but that's such a salad talk. I do not see how in the world this is an economic development, how y'all can consider that that's what it is. I mean, let's see, I've got some questions here. Is there a specific economic development out income? Is there a business or employer directly involved? Are we creating jobs? Any of those things. We're not. Could this be done by general funds or bond instead or hot taxes? Yes, it could. To me, that's not what it is. I don't think that's, I know when I voted, that's not what I voted on for these funds. I'm not going to support this today. I'm sure it'll pass because it always does. But to me, there ought to be hot funds used for that. And I'm not against the aquarium. I support it completely. But to me, there's funds they can use for some of this stuff instead of calling planned economic development. It's not. It's a parking lot.
Renaming complete.
It's a structure. It's not
24
economic
files
development. We're
renamed.
getting nothing from this. Does anybody in here understand what I'm saying? Are y'all just okay with, I mean, I think we all look at some of the things
LVC JSON
we've done with the
generation
water
complete
garden.
with worded
That wasn't
series
economic
files.
development.
Place
We've
Linux
gotta
voice
get
control
back to what
restarted.
the plans were, and I think that the Type B board has kind of gone astray on some of this stuff. And when we can use some other funds,
Good.
I think we should be using hot funds to do the parking lot. I want to do it, but use some other funds. Okay, that's my soapbox. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilwoman
Compton.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay.
Good.
I have an issue with this as well because I've been pushing and asking for sidewalks for our residents, and so $2 million would go a long way. And if I'm looking at this as if we can build a parking lot for $2 million, would sidewalks then qualify as a economic development under this criteria? I'm just asking because if, and I love the aquarium. I mean, I was just there yesterday. They have great food, great venue. Kudos to them. And they're like the #1 attraction. But at the same time, I'm also trying to look out for our residents. So can you answer that question?
Well, these type B requests do, we work with our EDC, Corpus and his group, and these come in, this came in during the summer. This project was approved by the council back in the summertime. It's just moved locations, but the project was vetted through the application. They determined the request was valid based on some of the things that the agreement does, visitors that come in. We would, I imagine we could process a request for a sidewalk. I don't know that it would score very well if you're looking at economic development return. Is it eligible? I don't know. I'd have to defer to Miles.
The Attorney General has previously opined that a subdivision, that a street within a subdivision was not the type of economic development that was permissibly funded by a Type A. So we would need to examine that in more detail, depending on.
So it is possible. Is that your answer? Because we can't tell what you're actually saying, Miles. I mean, speak directly. Is it possible or not?
It depends. I'm saying that another attorney, the Attorney General, has opined that a similar project similar to a sidewalk, i.e. a street, within a subdivision was not economic development. Therefore, so a sidewalk essentially was determined not to be. So you would need additional facts in order to find that a particular sidewalk was economic development.
But a parking lot does qualify.
A parking lot for this aquarium, not just any parking lot. So the justification is this we don't have the application here, and Mike Culbertson scores these and determines economic value and impact, but this will create space for more visitors at the Texas State Aquarium, which could result in more employment, or could result in more sales tax revenue from sales at the aquarium, could have a ripple effect with more people spending time on North Beach, on the restaurants and other entities that are there. So that's how it qualifies for economic development.
But Peter, the same argument could be used for residents getting to their jobs, getting to wherever to spend more money because they can actually walk on the sidewalk. So yeah, I don't know about that argument.
Right. I'm not saying your sidewalk project isn't eligible. I'm just about how this one was determined or deemed to be. We can do more work on the sidewalk question. That's not this item. This item is specifically with the Texas State Aquarium. But we can do that analysis for you. Yes, ma'am.
Well, again, me too. I am conflicted only because what this project actually is. But I'd like to hear what the other council members have to say. Thanks.
Councilmember Cantu.
As well, I love the State Aquarium. I went there Sunday, spent like $200, had a good time. However, I do get what other council members are saying about the parking lot. I mean, I don't understand this type B funds or ways to go parking lots and other stuff, courthouse, whatever the case is. It should go to small businesses. They need the help. I really do. Did the State Aquarium pay for the land, or did the state give them the land?
General, the president's here, so can you come up? Yeah, I believe they paid for it, but I don't want to misspeak. Jesse Gilbert, the general.
Texas State Aquarium, the original request that happened in the summer, that land we did purchase, which was the old go-kart track and the associated parking lot. The plan was to create additional parking as the Harbor Bridge project moved along, and we lost the parking, which started actually about 2 weeks ago.
Good.
Now we're shifting that because of the timeline of the Harbor Bridge change to the current parking lot that you might have parked in a couple of months ago. That will create more space, and so as we grow, and a lot of the plans that you all have seen, we anticipate some significant growth on the attraction side as well as some of the research and wildlife side. But the land that the current parking lot that this funding is requested for is actually owned by the port. Well, right now state, but it will go back to the port, and then we have that use agreement. So most of the property that the aquarium sits on is either single or the vast majority.
I've seen the plans. I mean, the plans are beautiful. I mean, you guys do a lot of work in North Beach. It needs a good face. You guys are doing the majority of it, so I appreciate that. I just don't understand how, we give all this type B funds to hotelers and aquariums and courthouses that, should have been torn down years ago, but somebody wanted to keep it. I'm going to support it because of the fact that if we're giving money to hotelers, we're giving money to the courthouse, we're giving money to you. It's a fair thing to do until we fix the problem. And I really think we need to look into the board members on that board and figure out what we can do with them, because, I mean, they're just yesterday, they killed a $1.8 million project on the west side of town for a sports complex, and they knew that we were going to talk about that issue today, and they killed it yesterday. So, that's just it's terrible. Okay, thank you. That board and figure out, that's just
board member,
just yesterday. They killed a $1.8 million project on the west side of town.
Board member,
for a sports complex. And they knew that we were going to talk about that issue today, and they killed it yesterday.
License state, yes.
Okay.
You weren't here earlier, but
Councilor Scott. Sorry.
I've been called a lot of things. So far, all of them here are good today. So you weren't here for our TERS, and the reason I support this project is I've seen the development plan, and I believe in the development plan. I think this is available to get you to develop that plan, and that was my criticism of the courthouse was there's no development plan, right? So I want to give $1, I want to vote to give a taxpayer dollar to help projects that develop plans that create new economic benefits to the area. Can you just kind of generally talk through the grand plan of the port?
I can, yeah. So,
the aquarium.
Yeah, late October we released the plan that basically revitalized the entire South Peninsula. There's a lot of work ahead, a lot of funding, a lot of hurdles, but we do believe we can do that. The expansion of the aquarium property north of our current campus really is around the wildlife and and rescue side, the research side, and partnering with different state, federal agencies, higher education, as well as just can we create a zone for family tourism on North Beach, and that's kind of the plan. Later this year, probably sometime in May, we're going to open a brand new Children's Discovery Center that we think will increase attendance significantly. We are bringing manatees to the aquarium. We think that will, our data suggests, and we have firms that do this for us, suggest we can see a 10% increase in visitation, going from a 500,000 visitor a year facility to maybe up to 600,000. So this parking lot enhancement increases spaces to kind of hold that. We run out of parking today, or I should say in the summer. If you come to North Beach in July on the weekend, we're out of parking. The streets are clogged, and so what we're really looking at doing is not only redeveloping 60 acres of the south end of the peninsula, but also how do we improve the infrastructure. So we're gonna take that on. Our board's been supportive of it, and we've got to get North Beach back to where it's a shining jewel.
Right, good. Wish you best of luck. Love the plan. Glad to support it. That's why I support this item. Thank you, sir.
Good.
Councilmember Paxton.
Thank you, Madam President.
Is Arlene still here by chance?
Arlene?
Madrono. It's okay. If she,
Let me go look.
It's okay. Could I actually ask, I see we have some representation from the aquarium here. Okay, do you guys have a count of, like a visitor count from out of town? I'm sure you do.
Oh, yeah. I would say, depending on the year, 70 to 75% of our guests are from out of town.
Do you have like an actual number to quantify?
Quick math would be, we ended 2025 at 500,000, so I would say the better part of 400.
And those are visitors that are unique. They are not from this area. They've come here for this event.
That's correct.
So to me, I see Councilwoman Vaughn's concern, of course, but as someone who I really do value the things that we can do to keep us on that map. I mean, the Texas State Aquarium, we are the home to the State Aquarium. You can't just go to Galveston and see the State Aquarium. You can't just go to Houston. You come to Corpus Christi. And so that, to me, gives me that qualification under the economic development, because if they're coming to see the aquarium, they're going to eat here. They're probably going to stay here. They're going to spend other tax dollars in our district. So thank you for that. My other question would be $2 million for a parking lot does seem kind of high. That's, I know
Process
that
21,
this stuff and
quarantine
costs today
0.
is astronomical, but we have had to be incredibly alert and attentive to these costs. So is that a ballpark estimate? Is that
it's definitely higher. So our anticipation
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
Organization, a company that they've contracted with to decrease mobilization fees. So I feel we'll come in well under the $2 million. That was the original request as things have
Linux
evolved.
voice control restarted.
Okay, so what your request would be up to the $2 million. It could be lower.
I believe it will be. Yeah, there's a contingency line built into there, but we're getting some very favorable quotes back right now, because we're going to just economy of scale. If we can get in on some of the paving that's already happening on the North Beach roads with the current contractor, they're already mobilized. The equipment's here. Let's just jump on that. So we actually talk to them right before the whole thing's on.
Gotcha. And when would the project start?
It really depends on the conclusion of the demolition of the current bridge. So we're really concerned right now that we might not have parking for spring break. That's 70,000 visitors. So there's a real pinch right now to try to get this going.
All right. Well, I truly hope, and if there's anything we can do to help navigate those timelines, please let us know, because I know these tourist peaks are very important to
peaks. And to speaking on the economic impact, the aquarium's economic impact in FY24 was about $200 million originally. We're doing a study now for 25. We'll probably release that the next couple of weeks, I'd say.
Okay, thank you.
Stick around. Councilmember Hernandez. Oh, I'm sorry. Some of it's been, Councilmember.
It's not just you.
First off, I think that one of the things that was echoed this morning was that what's the upcoming project? And I think if you clarified, so obviously you have phases of rescue, research, and the facility. What sort of capital improvements are you going to invest in probably the next 10 years?
Land alone, we've invested north of $2 million just in the last 24 months. In fact, we're looking at more of that right now. When this project's said and done, we're probably looking at $100 million when it's all said and done. I think that's in today's dollars, so push that out 5-10 years. That's just what we have planned today. That doesn't include the full revitalization piece. We're actually going under contract with the master planner now to look at that entire 60 acres to see what the best use of that is. But it's going to be
negative fight in progress.
And that's one thing I just really want to stress. I think it's not just a parking lot. It's a component basically of this great master plan where we're going to have all these capital improvements that obviously once again it's going to increase the value of North Beach in addition to the phased approach of which we're doing at the canal. Peter, how much is it that we put into the canal so far?
I think it's a little bit high, it's a little bit above 25 million.
So this is just another component to complement that, and once again, that's one of the things I spoke of. We just need to work on this holistically, so that way we're looking at it overall. It's not, and dare I say, I don't want to sound condescending. It's not just a parking lot. It's basically part of this, $100 million facility that we just need to plan ahead, so that way we get to a point, and then we're going to come back, and then the parking is going to be, because of the demand now is there, then the parking is going to be $4 million. So I think this is a good project, and I think maybe when we put the presentation together, it comes off as it's just a parking lot, and it's not. It's part of a grand plan, and I just want to say, Jesse, since you and the team that you put together, that you've come here, I mean, there's just been so much additional expansion. I think since you've been here, there's been additional construction. There's been a lot of changes made. It's just a great facility, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
No, we're blessed to be this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
I want to give some historical perspective. This was originally brought to us under a bond project, which was inappropriate for, right? That's correct. Remember that? And so we said we needed to refer to an economic development program like TERS or the Type B. The aquarium was actually put up in the TERS originally.
Yeah, that's correct.
It was TERS number 1. Right. So that created, it was the first funding source for the aquarium as a whole. I thought we were going to go in that direction for this parking lot under the TERS, but I don't think there's enough money in there.
Yeah, I think.
So in terms of economic development, so I had a question here because I never asked this before. Are you is your property taxable? Do you pay property taxes? Okay, so here's the challenge, right? For these kind of things, is that we improve something, and you don't necessarily see the benefits of it from the city perspective on increased ad valorem taxes.
That's correct.
So, however, you do have you are improving North Beach as a whole from the blight that's there. Okay, and everything kind of north, I guess, east of where you're at is not in great shape.
I would agree.
Okay, so I think this is ultimately goes back to the argument with the Hutto Hippo. What is actually economic development? You are a beneficiary of a TERS originally. This is kind of economic development in some sense. It's kind of hard to explain it unless you look at it as a whole picture, understand the historical reference to it, understand that we rejected the bond package. It didn't make sense to put taxpayer investment into private property. That wasn't the appropriate mechanism. This is the what actually came about. Now, there's always kind of a gray area with what is economic development. We had the same issue with the courthouse. It's it's public infrastructure that they intend to sell and benefit the county. Is that really economic development? A little bit of a gray area. We're having to deal with it, and it's ultimately a decision of the council. I think the aquarium is an important part of our landscape as a city of Corpus Christi. Is this the right mechanism? Maybe, maybe not. But ultimately, we need to support the tourism
aspect that you bring to us. I think you're serving one purpose. You're expanding Ocean Wildlife Institute, right? So I would support this project because what we're talking about is how do you make the improvements.
Yes, and to speak on that, if I may, Councilman, is we ask the same question. How are we, when we take property, it comes off the property tax rules. That's very true. So when we started to look at the 60-acre development and the revitalization plan, that's true when we use that land for mission-based operations. So if we acquire land and we build a wildlife disaster training center, then that is true. If we acquire that land, we still own it, and we sublease that to some other tourism activity that is not related to wildlife, then that does go back on the tax roll, and that's our plan. We don't need 60 acres for wildlife, so the plan is to get some of that back on the tax rolls.
Well, how much in sales tax do you generate?
Oh, I'd have to. We have the data. I don't know right off hand.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is that you said you had 500,000 visitors.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's some generation of sales tax associated with that.
There is. We have the data. I just don't know it off the top of my head. Yeah.
Is the aquarium economic development for the city of Corpus Christi? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn, did y'all try and look for grants or state funding or anything?
Well, yeah, this one's been cumbersome because we knew that this day was coming with the Harbor Bridge demolition. And if you were to look at the lot today, so literally a big rib came off last night. The heavy equipment has torn up the lot. So we've been looking for, since we knew this project was in development, of how we would take care of the lot post Harbor Bridge demolition. And there's just not from parking infrastructure standpoint.
And
Starting
I share
JSON
the
security
passion just like
scan.
everybody else does for the aquarium. I love it, and I get it. It's not that I don't want to fund it. I think this is the wrong funding, and the difference between this and the courthouse is the voters voted for this. And Type B funds were approved by the voters for business-driven economic development. To me, a parking lot's a nonprofit attraction that doesn't meet that standard, and stretching the definition puts voter trust and integrity at risk. I think it blurs the line between economic development and general spending. If we want to fund tourism amenities, because this is what this is, we should do it transparently through the right funding tool, not by redefining what economic development is after the fact. And I think that's what we did. And I think we should use another fund for it. I wish they did a CIP, they did hot funding, something else. But to me, and I'm only going to vote for it no, because I don't think this is what this is for this Type B board. And we've got to get back to the guidelines and do what we said we were going to do. And to me, the integrity, the voters expected us to do it. And that's what I'm supporting right now, is the voters, what they voted for. But you're probably going to get the funding. Thank you.
Councilman Kintu.
Thank you, Mayor. Did you meet with all the council members and show them?
We have reached out to everybody. I think we're still waiting on two, but we've shown the plans. I will let you know. We're going to email all of you this week. We are hosting the North Beach Neighborhood Association in April, and we are going to bring the entire North Beach Neighborhood Association, all the business owners together, and share that. You'll all be invited to that as well.
Okay, and then you guys are not on tax rolls, right?
Placement scan complete.
All the property you guys own not on tax rolls.
That is correct. And I would say of the entire campus that we sit on today, we own very little of it. Most of it is Corpus Christi and Portland. Yeah.
Is there another fund we could take this money from, Peter? For
we could cancel something and redirect it. So as Councilman Hernandez reminded us, this was a recommended project on the bond program. Under, I'm not sure what category we had it under, but the council said, can we move that off because we want to do, something else? And so we looked for alternate funding sources, and the Type B economic development funding was the one we recommended.
I'm just saying, from hotelers to courthouses,
processed 21 quarantine.
What about some kennels? Can we use this money for some kennels? Jesus, it is. You know what? Can you guys build us some kennels?
We don't do domestics.
I just okay.
Renaming complete.
Just blows my mind.
21 files renamed.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
This is really directed to Peter. Peter,
category we had it under, but the
we
council
talked
said
in the past.
LVCG.
When we have these items that come forward.
Linux voice
that
control
the Type B
restarted.
board's been involved in, like some of the hotel projects in the past, that we would have a member here either from the Type B or from economic development, because a lot of the questions that council has asked in terms of clarification and making sure how it fits, we can only assume what was in their mindset as they went through the process. And as we talk about some of these things and it comes up, I think in the future, again, I'm going to ask this again, I've asked this in the past, that we have them here as representation.
Yeah, that's right.
I think we could have avoided issues in the past if we would have had that.
Yeah, good reminder, and we'll make sure the next one we have somebody from the AB, whether it's the board chair or the vice chair or somebody.
Thank you.
And Peter, I would add that we maybe do like a workshop or something so we understand fully what is eligible, what isn't, what do we call, economic development, and if one thing is economic development, because obviously, these are good perspectives, but we need to know or understand better, how is Type B seeing it? They kind of live in that world where, to Councilman Roy's point, we get these projects before us. It's a presentation, and then that's it. We need a little 101 again, maybe on Type B.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, so back to, Type B. So once Type B approves this project, it's not something we can go back and reverse, is that correct?
Miles will answer. Go ahead, Miles.
No, actually, as I explained, one of the reforms, the state law reforms after the debacles, is that city councils that create A or B corporations must approve all expenditures and programs of those A and B corporations. So it is completely within your discretion to say no. The city council has the right to determine that this is not this is not a Type B expenditure that should be made. And when I say should be made, I don't mean eligible. I mean, y'all can just decide that the expenditure simply should not be made, and you can decide not to approve it. It is completely within the city council's discretion.
Okay, so we can't, let's say, so we can overrule it and vote against it. So not overrule, but just vote against it. That's what you're saying. When the Type B makes some recommendation, no, I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I'm just saying, I just wanted, you're right, we do need more clarification on, what the Type B, by the time it comes to us, what is eligible as a project or not. So, again, at the end of the day, as much as I want sidewalks, and people know that, I will be supporting this because, for one thing, the Harbor Bridge, the cars used to park there, and so, that is something that I'm aware of, and I also see that every time that somebody does park at the aquarium, you're all actually charged. So, right now, I think it's $7, but thank goodness y'all gave me a coin, and I didn't have to yesterday, but I do believe in what the aquarium and the future is doing just for our whole state. And so at this point I will be supporting it. I just wanted to point that out, like what kind of projects do actually qualify in the Type B board. So obviously we're going to be having that conversation, and the long version is thank you for bringing it up in another way. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be voting yes.
Councilwoman Paxton.
We could go into mediation.
Quick question: If this is to be approved, this partnership, do you guys charge for that parking lot? Is there $7 a car?
And that's a joint program between the aquarium and the USS Lexington. So we manage all of the surface street parking on North Beach. There have been some of the I wouldn't say they're lots, they're fields, and the people are parking there. But if it's a surfaced parking lot, it's managed jointly between the USS Lexington and the aquarium.
listening to some sentiment here, which is not that we don't agree with the project. It's more thinking about other projects that we consistently have to say no that are very important. Do we have anything, or do you guys have anything in place where the community, like our local citizens, if we partner on building a paved parking lot, maybe our local citizens have some kind of break or some kind of access?
There's a program that runs in the off-season, it's actually running right now, where locals can get in for a discounted admission. So there's the details of that on the website. But yeah, we make sure, not in the summer season when we're at capacity. Yeah, there's a program that runs right now. In fact, I saw 40% of our makeup in January attendance was from that program and membership. So
Okay.
no, it's utilized.
Perfect, thank you. Maybe that's good information we'll put together with this type of thing. And then another question, Councilwoman Vaughn brought up the thought of utilizing hot tax funds.
Right.
What would that process look like if that was to be a request? I know in other cities, they sometimes do a complete application, a public application for that. What does it look like here?
Right, so we would, right now, if we look at the HUT fund budget, it's completely allocated to mostly the Hilliard Center. And then we fund some historic preservation and visitor and tourism programs. So we would have to reduce funding in one of those already funded areas to reallocate it to the parking lot. So we would, as an example, one that I'm confident in saying is, instead of investing in new kitchen equipment or improving the Hilliard Center, we would forego that for a year and do the parking lot.
Does all that go through Economic Development Department?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
We can do it. We don't have people that
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one other thing that could be for either of you, Peter. There's this talk about helping small business. So I'm sure an economic impact study was done that determines how many of the small businesses we help in North Beach as a result of the 500,000 visitors.
We have an economic impact of the region. We can share that study with you. I don't know if it goes into specifics about the small businesses, but certainly the data, and we geofence with different technologies. Visitors come to the aquarium. We prefer they eat somewhere on North Beach. We don't have a lot of options. That's one of the things we're looking at. And then a lot of our visitors stay at the hotels.
Yeah, because, you're looking at what, just in your receipts, is $20 million alone. That's correct. That's correct. So, that's the thing I'm saying. It's not the only place to eat. There's hotels out there. There's other facilities, as well as people that come downtown. I think it does qualify for economic impact, just simply because we know that the facility in itself, if you run a restaurant either for souvenirs, a place for souvenirs, or a restaurant or some type of facility, or run jet skis on North Beach, it just adds to the experience. And so I think that's the one thing. I just want to say that there is a small business impact. So anyway, thank you very much, and I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Are we coming?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Would anyone like to make public comment on item number 5?
Technically, you asked for public comment right at the beginning of consent. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So we're moving on to the vote. We did. So at the beginning, I asked for any public comment.
Scan complete.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Everything looks good.
You want to explain that so everybody understands?
So the mayor, at the beginning of her comments, she asks if any of the council members want to pull an item, or if there's any public comment on any of the items. So that's how that's handled as a group at the beginning.
Scan complete.
Ms. Caballero, if you have questions on it, we're happy if you'll come around and
scan complete.
Address them when she's able to. Okay. Now, thank you. All right. Please submit your vote.
Did not come through.
The motion carries. And the last item pulled is item 6, which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Corpus Christi, Texas, designating a contiguous geographic area within the extraterritorial jurisdictional limits of the city as a tax increment reinvestment zone. Councilwoman Vaughn, I believe you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, why are we doing it for 25 years? Why not 20? Why 25 years?
Trim complete.
Daniel McGinn,
Process
interim
21,
city manager.
quarantine.
The 25 years, I think, was requested with some of the bond that gives them a little more flexibility. Likely, this TERS will be a little bit different than some of the others, that it's going to assist the PID assessment of some of the subzones that are granted. I think the 25 years just provides
renaming complete. 21
Yeah,
files.
it's a long time for TERS, and we've got TERS sitting there like the Breezy Village that we've done nothing with. We need to look at. Okay, I'm for the project, but that just seems like a long time. Thank you.
To spread word about our adoption program.
Linux voice control restarted.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Complete.
The motion carries.
Good. Placement scan complete. Good. Linux voice placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. Starting JSON security.
If at all possible, I know this is a public hearing, but I'd like to move to approve items 15, 16, 17, 18.
Okay. These are all reimbursement agreements. Okay, so item 15 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $252,720 with MPM development related to Kings Landing Unit 12 subdivision. Item 16 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $62,040 with MPM development LP related to Kings Landing Unit 13 subdivision. Item number 17 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $380,460 with MPM Development LP for a proposed Phase 2 residential development located off of Yorktown Boulevard, southeast of Starry Road, also known as Oso Creek Corner, Unit 3. And item number 18 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater collection line extension construction and reimbursement agreement up to $227,100 with MPM Development, proposed Phase 2 residential development located off Yorktown Boulevard, southeast of Starry Road, also known as Oso Creek Corner, Unit 3.
And Mayor, just just on the captions for the record, on item 17, there's an error only in this caption. Everything else, the ordinance and the memo is all correct. So the number 252,720 on the bottom of the caption should be 380,460.
Should match the
It should match, yeah. So we just want to make the statement here on record. Everything else is accurate. The ordinance is accurate. The memo is accurate. This is just one isolated incident of a typo.
Okay, thank you. So that correction is taken. Would anyone in the public, I'm going to open public comment on items 15, 16, 17, and 18. Would anyone like to make public comment on these items? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion. Well, I'm sorry, we have a motion for items 15, 16, 17, and 18, and we have a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Next, we go to section L, and that is individual consideration items, items 19 through 26. Item 19 is an ordinance authorizing an agreement for the provision and sale of recycled water from the Greenwood Wastewater Treatment Plant to Valero Refining, Texas, LP.
Mayor, I move for approval.
A second. Okay, well, we have a motion and a second, but we can certainly get your question answered. Ms. Campos?
Well, I wanted to make an amendment to that. Instead of being a 25-year agreement, that we reduce it to 5 years on the recycled water. I mean, I'm all for the recycled water, but the other thing I just wanted to also mention is that as much as, Valero is investing in this project, I also want to remind the public that they are also still contesting their water rates with the city. So, I wish they would reconsider that. But again, I just want to make that amendment, reduce it to 5 years instead of the 25, or 30 years, sorry. Yeah.
It's a 30-year agreement.
Yes.
So you would like to bring it down to 5 years?
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn.
You know what I'd like for us to do? I'd like for us to show this to the public because a lot of them don't understand it. You always get complaints that industry does nothing. That's not true. They're stepping up and they're doing something. So I think we should take the time, Mayor, to explain it to the public.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nick has a presentation, Joe, and I believe he handed it out to the council here as well.
Go ahead.
Let's go through the presentation, Nick.
Yes, sir. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. Again, this is an agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and Valero. It is an agreement for the provision and sale of recycled water. The agreement's initial phase is 3 million gallons a day, and then with a maximum amount of up to 8 million gallons. The agreement is for 30 years, as Councilwoman Campos said. Again, it's 3 million gallons a day of reclaimed water. That's from the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. The agreement provides for Valero to design, construct, and fully fund all of the infrastructure needed to convey this effluent water from Greenwood to their facility. Those primary features include a 24-inch diameter conveyance line, a 10 million gallon storage tank located at the Greenwood facility, pump station, and then also they will be working along with the city. The city will be supportive of their acquisition of any easements and working through our right-of-way process. I do want to add that 24-inch diameter line is oversized. It's oversized at the city of request. That is because that will open up other potential possibilities of the sale of effluent water to additional customers as well. Once all of that infrastructure is installed and accepted by the city, the ownership of that property will be conveyed to the city of Corpus Christi. It's a significant investment. It's estimated between $70 and $100 million. The 30-year agreement of purchasing the effluent water, the purchase price will be at the city's established raw water rate. Currently, that's $1.18 per thousand. So that rate will go up each year as the city continues to invest in its raw water supply. Additionally, Valero will reimburse the city for operational costs that consist of the electric costs to operate the pumps, any chemicals utilized, or any other maintenance activities. Those costs will be tracked and monitored, and then it'll be reviewed with Valero, and like I said, they will reimburse us for those costs as well. I would like to say that it's been this came together there's a lot of pressure for this to come together in a good time frame. The importance is that we offset our water supply demand, and one way to do that is by furnishing our existing customers with effluent water. As you can see, the initial phase of 3 million gallons a day, that's a significant number. You add another 5 to make it a total of 8 million gallons a day. That is a significant number as well. It's been a good team working together with Valero. I think they've been very cooperative in adhering to our requests and working together to meet this timeline. As you can see, there's a general layout or alignment of that conveyance line from Greenwood to their facility. But the key I do want to say is Valero did. I mean, they're investing more money just to upsize that line so that we could potentially provide additional effluent water to other large volume customers and take even more, reduce our demand even more. Again, it's an offsetting demand. The additional 5 MGD, just to clarify, how does that become available? That becomes available with the construction of the conveyance line from the OSO wastewater treatment plant to the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. That design contract is with Adura, and council approved that contract, I want to say about 6 weeks ago or so.
And Nick, so just to highlight, so Valero, with their own money, are spending about $100 million for the design and construction, and they're doing everything. We talk about, and Councilwoman, you and I talk about a lot, that the staff is overburdened with work, right? So Valero's taking us on 100%. They're going to design it, they're going to construct it, $100 million investment, and then they're going to give it to the city so that asset becomes ours. So we get a $100 million pipeline. And Nick, how many miles is it in total? Because it's not just like right down the street.
No, it's not. I think you're looking at 10 plus. I don't have the exact number.
Okay, over 10 miles of pipe. Anybody in the pipe business knows it's expensive. So, and then just to highlight, and then I'll turn it over to the council, but the $8 million is half of the total project that we have on the books now for the effluent reuse. In total will be $16 million within 2 years. That essentially we're getting $16 million more in water that we can sell to current customers, potable water. Valero doesn't need potable water for their cooling and cleaning processes. So this is a great, I think we're going to submit this somewhere for an award. This is a great use of effluent that up to this point has just been discharged into the Gulf. Essentially it goes to the Gulf. So we're basically creating 16 million gallons of fresh water for the demand that we have in our system, and Valero stepping up, partnering with us, investing $100 million to make that happen. Good. And then not only are they doing that, but they're going to give us the $100 million asset. So.
The council to determine whether that
Councilman Kintu.
the type B.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the project. I really do. I think it's a good deal. They're coming up to the plate, spending some money. I wish they could spend $1.2 billion. But $100 million is good enough, I guess. The only concern I have, two concerns, is one, whoever does these contracts should look out for the city more than look out for the other city. For example, I think Valero is, I don't know, suing us, or what they're doing something with us about the water rates or something like that. You know,
they're utilizing what's available to them, so that they can contest anybody living outside the city limits.
I mean, are they really like work with us and just drop that and just?
We can ask them. Flint Hills, one of the refiners, Flint Hills, did drop their PUC claim.
And then the other thing was, for whatever reason, we don't deliver the water or something happens to the pipeline or to the system, they could come back and sue us for damages and loss of time. And all. It's on the contract. I just don't feel like, damages are allowed under law resulting from such failure. I mean, is there anything that we could do with this kind of language? I mean, it just opens up, like,
I think what you're referring to, Councilman, is there is a provision where that conveyance line from Oso to Greenwood has to be constructed within a 5-year period. That's a conservative period. Of course, we're pushing Ardura and their team quickly. But that frees up the extra 5 million gallons a day, and if that doesn't happen, they get a proportional share in terms of rebate. But they're investing in designing for more than 8 million gallons a day. Their eventual take will be.
Talk out of it.
Yeah.
So the contract agreement, you know, I would, my opinion, it's a win-win. It's a win-win for the city. It's a win for Valero. It's been a pleasure working with them. We've worked with them as a partner, and they're here today, and we agree with them.
Just a second, explain it again. I don't think the listening council members understand it. So Valero is going to invest $100 million for a pipeline that ultimately gets $8 million. All we can get right now is 3 from Greenwood. So we're going to get the rest from OSO. On that project we're doing, we have to build a pipeline from OSO to Greenwood. So what the contract says is, Valero saying if we're going to spend $100 million, then there has to be some guarantee we're going to get that $5 million. We can't enter into this. They spend $100 million, then we say, we're just joking about the OSO pipeline. We're not going to do it. So that's what that is. It tells us we got 5 years to do that, which we're going to do it in 2. But it just gives some.
After how many years are we responsible for the pipeline? Like, once they build it, they're going to give it to us right away, or after 30 years?
No, as soon as it's constructed, as soon as the infrastructure is constructed and in place, the city will review and accept it. You know, we will review it, make sure it's built per standards, and then we will accept it immediately. Or take ownership of it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then we're responsible for maintaining it, correct?
Correct. However, the agreement does state that Valero will have to pay their proportional share of future required maintenance with that line for the extent of the 30-year agreement. So, for example, say that line we're moving 12 million gallons a day. Valero is taking 8. If there is a major significant maintenance required on that line, they would have to pay their 8 MGD proportional share for that maintenance.
ETA for them to be online?
Well, so it is tough because there are right-of-ways. They have to install that line. What they've stated, and we're working with them, is hopefully it's 2 years or so.
2 years, 1 year for design and 1 year for construction.
Can you do it by November, please? Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't necessarily have an issue with the 30-year. They're investing quite a bit of capital, and they have to amortize that expense over a period of time to justify it for insurance and water. I just want to make sure that we have, they are going to be taking the reclaimed water, but they're also going to have access to our treated water, what they're currently using, right? So for whatever happens, we have an issue with our wastewater pipe. Whatever happens, they still have access to accept treated water, correct?
That is correct.
And they're still going to be paying the treated water rates if they take that water.
Signal unable to copy.
Okay. So not only does this benefit us in terms of being able to, sell water that we were just throwing away into the bay. It's a good song. But this is new revenue in a lot of ways. I understand that we're going to be losing some revenue from selling treated water, but ultimately that's a short-term issue. It's going to be a long-term gain because eventually we'll sell that water somewhere else. So I think this overall is a good thing. We should have done this a while back. Our own decisions were made differently in the past. Ultimately, I'd like to see this, this program expanded to other industrial partners. That way, we need to make sure that they have the water they need to perform the functions that they're doing. They provide economic development not only for us, but for Texas and for the United States. So it's important that we support this. I am supporting this fully. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Industry does get criticized a lot, and they're very valuable to the community, and I think most of us understand that. But I just want to thank y'all for stepping up. I think you did that, and I think there's times when we need to thank industry, and we've had public comment. They didn't step up, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. You are stepping up, and it's a big investment, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We've got Valero representation. Raise your hand. Thank you for the investment. And we're really glad that this is coming to fruition. If there's any way it can come prior to 2 years, as was mentioned earlier, please make it happen. But we appreciate it because this is really, it's smart and forward thinking. It really is, and we appreciate it. It strengthens our water supply, it reduces strain on our water system, and it's just a perfect piece to the puzzle right now. So we appreciate it, and I know we have more coming with other industry partners, and that's exciting as well.
Right, yes, ma'am. So the total project will be 16 million gallons for use.
Wonderful. By November of 26th. We're going to write that in before we pass this. There you go. Okay. All righty. Well, let's see here. Do we have public comment? I'm going to open public comment on item number 19. Please come forward.
Jason Hill, Corpus Christi. So the wastewater outflows are beneficial to the bay, to the environment. And I was just wondering if there were any assessments that were done to see what the effect would be for removing those outflows to our bays. I know Oso Creek, a lot of their flow is the effluent from the wastewater treatment plant. Y'all are talking about scaling this up, so I'd just like to know what y'all are doing to assess the impacts from removing the effluent flows from the base.
Okay. Well, we'll make
that's we're not supposed to answer this question, but it's important to get this out. So the consultant, we have a consultant that's helping us, and we are leaving. We will discharge a level of water still into the bay and estuaries there. We're not taking it all away from the system. We know that if you go down Annis Jocelyn and the Oso wastewater treatment plant right across the way is that thriving ecosystem that was created by the city with the discharge. So we're determining what is the minimum amount to keep that ecosystem healthy, and that will be discharged still into the bay system there. And this review also of the Oso Creek,
Process 21,
that won't have as much water obviously in it, but it'll have a minimal level to maintain the health of the creek system.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just concerned if you remove 90% of it, what's going to be the impact? It would be nice to see some sort of report or assessment that kind of details that kind of stuff.
And we'll have that for the community.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Anyone else?
Renaming complete. Good.
Rachel Caballero, D1. Thank you to industry. I mean, the clock was ticking, and we appreciate them coming to the table. Darcy, good job.
The
concern that I have and why I'm speaking is because I rummaged through the contract of the 22-page, 21-page contract, and unfortunately we may need to look at replacing our local attorneys because these contracts are made in favor of the opposing signers. They're never in favor of the community, one, or this city, two. Accordingly, Valero shall be entitled to seek and obtain specific performance of the city's delivery obligations and recover all damages allowed under law resulting from such failure, without limitation to the pursuit of specific performance after notice and opportunity to cure. So monetary damages alone would be inadequate to compensate Valero for the city's failure to perform. So if you all don't perform, and mind you, we've been in a drought without water for how long? With no solutions, maybe a few now. And so we are not a good local government entity that actually completes things, completes them on time, under budget, and properly. And so now, monetary damages isn't going to be enough. You guys are going to have to figure out ways to supply them water should this not come to fruition. So maybe these contracts need to be reviewed a little more thoroughly by different people because our legal department is horrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero.
So several
Anyone
on the
else?
council have asked is let's have a policy that gives us a framework.
This is Luna Saldana. I do want to thank Valero for being the first one to step up. Thank you very much for what you're doing. And I want to thank our staff because they work very hard. It's easy to criticize, okay? And I do want our city protected. However, I want to make sure that we thank the people that are stepping up to the plate. And I hope that more of industry comes aboard board and does the same thing. So a big thank you for the people of Corpus Christi for coming up to the plate.
And my Google Maps was starting to get cluttered. Here is a signal capture from my software-defined radio.
Michael Miller, District 2. I think this is a good news story. I think this is a great project. I wish it would have been done 12 years ago when it was first brought to the council. But, you know, it's never too late. But one of the reasons why it was explained to me why it was rejected the first time it came to council is pretty simple. It's an economics deal, right? So if you have a customer that's currently buying 8 million gallons per day from you at a certain cost, and all of a sudden that customer is now paying significantly less than that, though they're, you know, providing the infrastructure and everything to bring that water to them, then you have, you know, the cost of service that goes up. And because you're delivering the same amount of water, or you have the same fixed costs to deliver that water, but all of a sudden your customer is now paying a little bit less because they've made an investment into this effort. So I just want to make sure that as we continue to bring on new water projects, that we have a good rate modeler on board that is constantly monitoring, you know, what is the cost of this project, how much water does it produce, how much is it going to cost to deliver that water, everything else, because I think we're in kind of a panic buy mode right now. I'm not talking about this project at all. I'm talking about some of the other projects that we have. And as we continue to, you know, evaluate and, you know, enter into these agreements on future water projects, we just need to make sure that we're understanding that we have to figure out a way to increase demand. Otherwise, you know, the price goes up. So just keep everything in mind, balance it all out. And I've talked to Mr. Zanoni about something that I'm concerned about. I think the time has come that Corpus Christi Water becomes a separate entity than the city of Corpus Christi. We have a lot of talks about credit ratings and things of that nature, and as we continue to take on debt, it's going to put us in a bind for every road, fire station, everything that we purchase moving forward. Just because that's what kind of happened at San Diego Water whenever they started building the desalination plant over there. Their credit rating tanked to BBB minus while they were building that plant. And until the plant started producing water that they could sell, did their credit ratings recover. So that needs to be looked at very closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Placement scan complete. Good. Place scan complete.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Klein. I live in District 2 in Corpus Christi. I also think this is a good project. I do have some concerns about the length of it. I think Councilwoman Campos' comments are well taken. 30 years is a long time. We look back the opposite direction. 30 years ago, the Dallas Cowboys won the Super Bowl. I think this could be done in 5 years and then potentially renewed, or 10 years as well, and then renewed as well. I don't think that we need to be locked in for 30 years. That's the big concern I have about this. The other one I've got really echoes what Mr. Hale mentioned before, because those wastewater outflows do impact the salinity of the bays and estuaries in the area. I want to make sure that if we're going to reduce the flow, the amount of fresh water being dumped into the bays and estuaries, that we're not going to unintentionally increase the salinity of those bays and estuaries as well. So I ask you to take that into consideration also. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 19.
Well, there's an amendment, but there was no second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know, but there was no second.
There was no.
Oh, did you second it?
No.
No, the amendment.
The amendment.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the amendment dies. We have a motion and a second for the, as presented.
Motion is presented.
Please present your, I'm sorry, please submit your vote.
Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete.
Thank you.
Good.
It's 1:28. We are going to go ahead and take a break. We're going to go, the council's going to go into executive session on items 29 through 33 per Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. And we will return.
Placement scan complete.
Check.
Attorney Charles, 603 Corpus. I'll be 95 times 1 en route to...
Placement scan complete.
Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums.
Placement scan complete.
It wouldn't be nice. The Democrats are totally against
Good. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Are you out with 2 vehicles?
Good. Placement scan complete.
Yeah, it's just switching to an house, but it's one of the property managers.
I was checking if you had a second 28.
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete.
Chest heading from yard.
Yeah, this particular, Daniel McGinn, Assistant City Manager, this particular funding was, related to the economic development of the group. They also have affordable housing dollars and some of the money that are utilized for streets as well.
Okay, so tell me how this parking lot is an economic development. How's it qualify?
Trim complete.
This project was presented
Process
to the
21,
Type B
quarantine
back in
0.
summertime. At that
Renaming complete. 21 filed.
718510 8510.
LVCJ good. Placement scan complete. Linux voice control restarted. Placement scan complete. Good. Good. Scan complete.
Economic development program like TERS or a Type B.
That's correct.
The aquarium was actually built through a TERS originally.
Yeah, that's correct.
It was TERS number 1.
Right.
Oh. So that was the first funding source for the aquarium as a whole. I thought we were going to go in that direction for this parking lot under the TERS, but I don't think there's enough money in there.
Yeah, I think.
So in terms of economic.
Medic 7.
Good. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 21. Quarantine 0. Thing looks good. Good. Placement scan completing JSON security scan. Silent scan complete. Placement scan complete.
The terminology was tracked in the ordinance and the findings were
Placement scan complete. Scan complete. Everything looks good. Good. Scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Pick up crime in progress. Good. Placement scan complete.
So,
Placement scan
again,
complete.
I just want to say it's just money out the toilet. I mean, it's just terrible.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Zanoni, does that conclude your report?
That concludes my report, yes.
All right, thank you. So as we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address that this council chambers is a place for public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or...
Negative fight in progress.
You know, in terms of the terminology was tracked in the ordinance and the findings were made.
Scan complete. Everything looks good. Scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Great job. Fix it. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And to station. Good. Negative fight in progress.
You know, in terms of the terminology was tracked in the ordinance and the findings were made. The seven firms, right? It's within the authority of the city.
Scan complete.
Good.
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Legal matters like
Complete. Good. Everything placement scan complete.
treat people fairly. Like I want to make sure go through. Treat people fairly and then the process go through when they terminate.
Placement scan complete.
Needs to know.
Like I said, I want to make sure that we treat people fairly and let the process go through.
Or are we going to switch over to impact fees?
Linux voice control to start. Placement scan complete.
This is pretty neat.
I love it.
Fight in progress. Negative fight in progress.
Terminology is tracked in the
Negative fight in progress. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. Scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. Fight in progress. Scan complete. Placement scan complete. Fight in progress. Negative fight. Pick up crime in progress. Scan complete. Everything looks good. Trim started. Good. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 19. Quarantine 2. Fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. good.
Just heading from yard.
Scan complete. Everything looks good. Fight in progress. Fight in progress. Negative fight.
I'd imagine.
Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Scan complete. Linux voice control restart. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Negative fight in progress.
155 status. Carefully.
Pick up crime in progress. Fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Placement scan complete. Negative fight in progress. 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 Negative. Negative fight in progress. Trim complete. Negative fight. Processed trim complete. Fight in progress. Processed 21. Core. Scan complete. Negative fight in progress. Everything negative fight in progress. 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 Negative fight in renaming complete. Negative fight in 21 progress. Files. Negative. LVC. Linux voice control restarted. Fight in progress. Trim complete. Processed 20. Quarantine in progress. Fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in negative fight in negative fight in progress. 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 Fight in progress. Negative process 20. Negative fight in progress. Fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Fight in progress. Fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Placement scan complete. Negative fight in progress. 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 Negative good. Placement scan negative fight in progress. 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 Negative. Pick up time in progress. Good. Placement scan in progress. Pick up crime in progress. Negative fight in progress. Fight in progress. Fight in progress. Negative 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 fight in progress. Negative.
Two-taking will fire range this test.
Fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Good. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight scan complete. Negative fight good. Negative fight in progress. Placement scan complete. Negative fight in progress. 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 Negative. Starting JSON security scan. Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Fight in progress. Negative 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 fight in progress. Negative. Pick up crime in progress.
Adam 425, Robert Legion Young.
Legislative this year, because they get away with everything. It's wrong.
Fight in progress. Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Fight in negative fight in progress. 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 Fight in negative fight in progress. 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 Negative placement scan complete. Fight in progress. Good. Placement scan in progress. Negative fight. Fight in progress. Trim. Negative fight in progress. 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 Negative fight placement scan complete. Progress. Negative fight in progress. Placement scan complete. Negative fight in progress. 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 Negative. Pick up crime in progress.
Adam 425, Robert Legion Young.
Legislative this year, because they get away with everything. It's wrong.
Trim complete. Processed 21. Fight in progress. Good. Negative fight crime in progress. Negative fight in progress. Good. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight remaining complete. Negative fight 24 file. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in LVCJ. Negative. Linux voice control restarted. Good. Placement scan complete.
Chest heading from yard.
Pick up crime in progress. Good. Placement scan complete. Pick up crime in progress. Negative flight in progress. Negative flight in progress.
Ticket's been dropped off at the McDonald's on business 35. Copy ending.
Yeah, this particular, Danny McGinn, Assistant City Manager, this particular funding was, related to the economic development of the group. They also have affordable housing dollars and some of the money that's utilized for streets as well.
Okay, so tell me how this parking lot is in economic development. How's it qualified?
Processed 20.
This project was presented to the Type B back in the summertime.
Linux control restarted. Remaining processed 20 files remain. 21 files remain.
The process will continue. Now, the Crime Control Prevention District has been something that the city has had funded from sales tax for many years, and it is up for renewal. And so we're going to begin that conversation with the council and the community. The Crime Control District goes back to 1997 when voters first approved it. And then it was renewed again in 2016. It is 1/8 cent of a sales tax, and it generates about $9.3 million. And today that's
good. Placement scan complete.
Chest heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Chest heading from yard.
Was presented to the Type B back in the summertime. At that time, they were going to have some construction of the demolition of the bridge, and so they had bought some property. And this was to kind of revitalize. It was kind of the western portion on the west side of the existing bridge. And so it was really just going to help them out because they're going to have parking that was going to be down during that time. Since the bridge demolition was delayed, they decided to move those dollars and put it in the parking lot that's under the bridge. It's currently under the bridge. And
good. Placement scan complete. Pick up crime in progress. Pick up crime in progress. Relay message. Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Bad. What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator? I'd say 49. What sounds
Scan
worse,
complete.
49 years or history? I think 49 years.
Everything looks good.
Maybe I'll just use it. I won't argue with these people.
Pick up crime in progress.
As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months.
Pick up crime in progress. Pick up crime in progress. Good. Placement scan complete. Pick up crime in progress. Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Pick up crime in progress. 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 Pick up crime in progress.
Process will continue. Now, the crime control
Pick up
prevention
crime in
district
progress.
has been something that the city has had funded from
Pick up crime in progress.
district has been something that the city has had.
Pick up crime in progress. Good. Pick up crime in progress. Pick up crime in
That's happened in sales tax, and it generates about 9.3 million. And today, that working on this
LVC.
question since 2019.
Linux voice control
so in 2019,
restarted.
2020, the City Council directed staff to look at the trust funds and look at alternative
Placement scan
funding
complete.
mechanisms to bring in money for when developers build new subdivisions to generate revenues to pay for infrastructure.
What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator?
Water,
I'd say
roads,
49. What sounds
stormwater.
worse, 49 years
So
or
new subdivision,
history? I think 49 years
funds have to
almost.
come from somewhere.
Pick up crime
So
in progress.
I won't argue with these
trust
people.
funds are used. It's really
As of this
unique
morning,
to-
core inflation for the past 3 months.
Tickets been dropped off at the McDonald's on Business 35.
Under this criteria.
Everything looks
Oh,
good.
well, thank
I'm
you.
just asking because, and I love the aquarium. I mean, I was just.
Pick up crime in progress.
Adam 420, copy, please. Robert Legion Young.
Trim complete. Pick up crime in progress.
Adam 420, copy, please. Robert Legion Young.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from young. South Alameda, it was a commercial meter.
Pick up
so I
crime
was
in
calling
progress.
maintenance.
Renaming complete.
420, copy, please. Robert Legion Young.
23 fun. LVC complete. Linux voice control restarted.
Six 47.
47.
Tickets been dropped off at the McDonald's on Business 35. Copy ending.
Emergency road repairs. Scan complete. Everything looks good. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from young.
Pick up crime in progress.
Adam 420, copy, please. Robert Legion Young.
Can you take an extra hour for local?
Placement scan complete. Good.
Heading from yard.
Placement scan complete.
Check
Pick up
heading from
crime
yard.
in progress.
Adam 425, please. Robert Legion Young.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan in progress.
Check heading from yard.
Adam 425, please. Robert Legion Young.
Pick up crime in progress.
Robert Legion Young.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Hello, what you got?
Trim complete. Process 19. Quarantine 2. Renaming complete.
West Johnson going to be for a 54-year-old male, unresponsive.
Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete.
Anything that you bring to council, that it's, you know, it's not just what's in front of us, it's the entire 50,000 foot view.
We can do that.
Okay?
Placement scan complete. 24 files renamed.
200,000 is for
Negative flight
and
in
it is
progress.
also for the Far-Field study.
Pick up crime in progress.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah,
Trim.
the
Good.
most
Placement scan complete.
that number I gave us in Canton for the actual study.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Trim.
There is no clear at this time. There's no what?
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete.
just fine for a pickup.
You might go ahead and give on call
Trim.
a call.
The coastal point apartment.
Good.
Okay.
Placement scan complete.
Chest heading from yard.
Placement scan complete. Good.
Okay.
Placement scan complete.
Chest heading from yard. Yeah, hey guys, it's right behind us.
Trim complete. Processed 20. Permission to leave. Processed 21.
210 will say around this house.
Good.
Okay.
Placement scan complete.
Chest heading from yard.
20 handle police Corpus, solar fuel p25.
Placement scan complete.
262 to Q.
Good.
Okay.
Placement scan complete.
Chest heading from yard.
Other car left behind dominoes.
Terrain complete. Processed 22. Renaming complete. 25 file. LVC JSON generation. Linux voice control restarted. Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
So if we get that out of the way and tie some of these other wires out of the way, right now it's connected.
The time
so
is
these contacts here
disappointing,
separate out.
because here they are,
There's
the very next day, and maybe hopefully getting that resolved. And it is disappointing that they
Good. Placement scan complete.
As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months.
Invested in this project.
Placement scan complete.
The sidewalks then qualify, do we know?
Good.
Economic development.
Placement scan complete.
Under this
Just heading from
Everything
yard.
looks good.
Thank
I'm
you.
just asking because if, and I love the aquarium. I mean, I was just there.
Trim. Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
$647. Anything has been dropped off at the McDonald's on Business 35. Copy ending.
What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator? I'd say 49. What sounds worse, 49 years or 50? I think 49 years almost sounds worse.
Placement scan
I won't
complete.
argue with these people. As of this morning,
Placement
core
scan
inflation for
complete.
the past 3 months.
Placement scan complete.
Sidewalks then qualify as a economic development.
Can you take a look
Scan
at how it's
complete.
Under this criteria.
Everything looks good.
Thank
I'm
you.
just asking because if, and I love the aquarium. I mean, I was just there.
Placement scan complete. Trim. Assignment completed. Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
$647. Anything has been dropped off at the McDonald's on Business 35. Copy ending.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Placement scan complete.
Yeah, Jonathan. Okay.
Okay.
Scan complete. Everything looks good. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yours.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yours.
Placement scan complete. Trim. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Trim. Placement scan complete. Trim. Trim complete. Processed 20. Trim complete. Processed 19. Placement scan complete.
Dictating will try to arrange this test.
The process go through.
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Scan complete. Trim complete. Trim. Everything looks good. Processed 20. Negative fight in progress. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21. Trim complete. Processed 20.
644 today, and I'll be at the cost.
Thing looks good. Thing looks good. Renaming complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Thing looks good. Quarantine. LVC JSON generation. Linux voice control restarted. Trim. Good.
Okay. Just heading from yard.
Fight in progress. Pick up crime in progress. Negative fight in progress. Call by phone. Negative fight in progress. 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 Negative.
That we are here again because, after we initially
placement scan complete.
Pick
up crime
here
in
we
progress.
Are, again, I call it the zombie project. I call it what it is because it was killed. We're still wasting more money. As a matter of fact, I just received the Cormix sample, and was also
negative
very
fight in progress,
and does not show that we should have gone forward on this.
Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress.
And district renewal.
Negative fight in progress.
Food services permit fees. We
negative
met with
fight
council on
in
that
progress.
in December. We do need to talk
negative
about
fight in progress.
Funding.
Negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress.
Is something we'll talk to you about.
Negative fight in progress.
To the trust funds or
negative fight in progress.
Is something the council will decide.
Negative fight in progress. Placement scan complete. 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 Negative.
And
placement
was
scan
also
complete.
Very flawed.
Good.
And does not show
placement
that
scan
we
complete.
Gone forward on this.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Placement scan complete. 20. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Negative fight in progress.
27, New York.
Move 21 files to processing zone. Remaining complete. 21 good, files. Good. Placement scan complete. Scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Placement scan complete. Negative fight in progress. 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 Placement scan complete. Negative fight in progress. Trim. Negative fight in progress. Negative. Good. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Pushing 15.
Are signing up for the larger community activities that occur, like we're going to the Home and Garden in the fall, things like that, to spread word about our adoption program.
Good. Placement scan complete. Pick up crime in progress.
Adam 420, copy, please. Robert Legion Young.
Good. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20. Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Trim.
Prevention and district renewal.
Placement scan complete.
Food services permit fees. We met with the council on that in December. We do need to talk to you about residential streets funding. Beach permits is something we'll talk to you about. Amendments to the trust funds or replacement with impact district renewal, the council will decide. The health district coming months. Services permit number 7 creation in December. That's a new TERS. We do need to talk about residential street funding, so that as the request for new permits is something we'll talk to you about. Amendments to the trust funds or replacement with impact fees is something the council will decide. Services permit fees, we met with the council on that number 7 creation. We do need to talk to you about residential streets funding creation policy. Beach permits, the request for new TERS, talk to you about. Amendments to the trust funds or replacement with impact fees is something the council will decide in the coming months. TERS number 7 creation.
Placement scan complete.
TERS creation policy, so that as the request for new TERS.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just taking from your
Process remaining complete. 21.5 remaining.
Special envoy to Iraq.
Placement scan complete.
Staggering 27%. And then
Placement scan complete.
Control
restarted.
Great job.
Fix it. Appreciate your time.
Good. Placement scan complete.
just taking from your
Trim. Good. Placement scan complete.
just taking from your
Trim complete. Process. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
just taking from
Placement
your
scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
just taking from your
Trim. Good. Placement scan complete. Good.
just taking
Trim.
from your
Placement scan complete.
just taking from your
Renaming complete.
Prevention and district renewal. The health district food services permit fees, we met with the council on that in December. We do need to talk to you about residential streets funding. Beach permits is something we'll talk to you about. Amendments
LVC
to the trust
JSON.
funds or replacement with impact fees is something the council will decide.
Linux voice
in the coming
control
months.
restarted.
TERS number 7 creation, that's a new TERS. TERS creation policy, so that as the request for new TERS.
I'd imagine.
Pick up crime in progress.
First one, copy, please. Robert Legion Young.
Legislated this year for punishment of criminals because they get away with everything that's wrong.
Prevention and district renewal. The health district food services permit fees, we met with the council on that in December.
Voice
We do need to
control
talk about
restarted.
residential streets funding. Beach permits is something we'll talk to you about. Amendments to the trust
Pick up
funds
crime
or
in
replacement
progress.
with impact fees is something the council will decide in the coming months.
Robert Legion
TERS number 7 creation, that's a new TERS. TERS creation policy, the health district food services permit fees, we met with the council on that in December. We do need to talk to you about residential streets funding. Beach permits is something we'll talk to you about.
Placement scan complete.
Amendments to the trust funds or replacement with impact fees is something the council will decide in the coming months.
Good.
TERS number 7
Placement
creation.
scan complete.
That's a new TERS. TERS creation policy. So that is the request for new TERS.
11 of 25.
These coming months.
Good.
And if you took $12 since 2002 and applied inflation to it every year, it would be $20 today. So it's not, it's prevention. And District 20 is about 12%. District services permit fees, we met with council on that in December. These dollars will be used to help keep our beaches clean. And again, all three entities have to be in concert with this. Otherwise, it can't be done. To the trust funds, we don't want with impact fees, something the council will decide in the coming months. TERS number 7 creation. That's a new TERS. TERS creation policy, so that as the request for new TERS.
We're out to the location for.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Pick up crime in progress.
Oh, 425, please. Robert Legion Young.
Good. Placement scan complete. Starting JSON security scan. Good. Placement scan complete.
And district renewal.
Good.
The
Placement scan complete.
Services permit fees. We met with the council on that in December. We do need to talk about residential streets funding. Beach permits is something we'll talk to you about in the coming months to the trust fund. And if you took $12 since 2002 and applied inflation to the coming months, every trust fund will see $20. That's a new
Placement scan complete.
And escalates it with inflation. These dollars will be used to help keep our beaches clean. And again, all three entities have to be in concert with this.
Placement scan
otherwise,
complete.
it can't be done. And so we just talked about partnership.
Placement scan complete. Good.
Just heading from yard.
Trim. Warning.
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do a far field model. We got to hire a consultant.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. I don't like the price either, but this is probably one of the most important decisions we're going to make on this desal.
Right.
So we want to make sure the far field study and we do it right.
Correct.
Okay, just want to clarify. Thank
you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also just want to clarify that we are here again
Placement
because,
scan complete.
you know, after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project.
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do a far field model. We got to hire a consultant.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. I don't like the price either, but this is probably one of the most important decisions we're going to make on this desal.
Right.
So we want to make sure the far field study and we do it right.
Correct.
Okay, just want to clarify.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also just want to clarify
Good.
that we are
Placement
here
scan
again
complete.
because after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project. But this is probably
And
one of
any
the most
excess
important
electricity
decisions. So we want to make
to
sure
our
the far
country.
field study and
Excess
we do it
we're
right.
going to build, I think if they really add, when you hear how much British and China they're building a lot of electricity, but we are too. We're having to build privately, they're going to own their own electricity. They're sort of, they're becoming their own electricity producers. And
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Please file those charges directly with the district attorney's office. It is enhanced because it involves a public utility.
That we are here
Breaking
again
the city's
because,
property
you know,
related
after
to the
we
operation of a public
initially
utility.
voted this down, here we are
That's the
again.
things
I
for
call
being
it
a
the
higher
zombie
level
project.
misdemeanor
I call it
and getting
what
filed
it
with
is
the district
because
attorney's
we're
office.
still
But it
now,
did
we're
not
still
come
wasting
through.
money. As a matter of fact, I just
The
received
city department
in regards to the
City, one way or another.
Good. Placement scan complete.
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do a far field model. We got to hire a consultant.
Good. Placement scan complete.
But this is probably one of the most important decisions we're going to make on this desal.
Because
So we want to make
after
sure the far field
we
study and we
initially
do it right.
voted this
Correct.
down, here we are
Thank you.
again. I call it the
Councilwoman
zombie
Campos.
project.
Thank
I
you,
call
Mayor.
it what it is.
Free trial,
I
civil
just
free,
want
full
to
business,
clarify
Deputy Roger,
that
Deputy
we're
County
here
for
again.
property.
I just received, you know, after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project. Sample. And was also very flawed and does not show that we should have gone forward with this.
Amendments to the convention and district renewal impact fees.
Placement scan complete.
Services we met with council on number 7 creation. We did
Placement scan complete.
tourism creation policy. These permits amendments to the trust funds or replacement of impact fees.
Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Trim good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do a far field model. We got to hire a consultant.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. I don't like the
Yeah.
price either, but this
Good.
is probably one of the most important
Placement
decisions
scan
we're going to
complete.
make on this
Yes,
detail.
heading from yard.
So we want to make sure the far field study and we do it right.
Right.
Okay, just to clarify.
Thank you.
Renaming complete.
Woman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I
20
also just want to clarify that we are here again because, after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project.
In the same area. It's over
New
there
file.
section of Old Brownsville Road.
Quarantine.
Calls this one in.
LVC JSON generation complete with
Intersection, that area. Servicefield in Brownsville.
Linux voice control restarted.
37992. Can you confirm Florida was the weekend guide for tomorrow, 8 to 4? 8 to 4.
I'm working at 4 a.m.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Look at me, look you. Office.
Good.
540.
Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
210 Ingleside arranges that.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Yeah, this particular, Daniel McGinn, Assistant City Manager.
Good.
This particular
Placement
funding
scan
was,
complete.
yeah, related to the economic
Negative
development
fight in
of
progress.
the group. They also have affordable housing dollars and some of the money that's utilized for streets as well.
Okay, so tell me how this parking lot is an economic development. How does it qualify?
This project was presented to the Type B back in the summertime. At that
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete.
That we are here again because, after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project. I call it what it is because it was killed and now we're still wasting more money. As a matter of fact, I just received an email in regards to the Cormix, the Cormix sample, and was also very flawed and does not show that we should have gone forward with this. The time is really disappointing, because here they are the very next day, maybe hopefully getting that resolved. And it is disappointing that they couldn't wait at least a week for this. I also am curious how much they have invested in this project. Do you know, Dan? Do we know?
Scan complete. Everything looks good. Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan complete. Good.
From yard.
Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yard.
Placement scan complete. Trim.
Okay, City Manager Peter Zanoni, would you like to give us your update on city operations?
Yes, the City Manager report.
Give us your update on city operations.
Good morning, members of the council. This is first meeting, members of the council. First meeting to remind us, that would be good to remind us of some of the work that we're going to be doing in the council. And we put together a list of what we're calling, so we put together a list of the second quarter, we're calling the fiscal year. Second quarter, January, February, March.
The Cormix sample and was also very flawed and does not show that we should have gone forward on this.
Negative fight in progress.
That we are here again because, after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project. I call it what it is because it was killed and now we're still wasting more money. As a matter of fact, I just received an email in regards to the Cormix, the Cormix sample, and was also very flawed and does not show that we should have gone forward on this.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Okay, City Manager Peter Zanoni, would you like to give us your update on city operations?
Yes, the City Manager report. Good morning, members of the council. This is our first meeting for the new year, and so I thought it'd be good to remind us of some of the work that we're going to be doing with the council,
remaining complete,
departments, and the community. And so we put together a list of what we're calling policy items for the second quarter of the fiscal year, and that's the months January, February, and March. And
new files sorted. Placement scan complete. Linux voice control result. Trim complete. Processed 20.
Can you take a look at how
Placement scan complete.
In the community, that concludes my report. So I'm here, and some of the executives are here as well. If we have any detailed questions, the council might have. Budget process will continue.
Councilman Cantu.
Now, the Crime Control Prevention District has been something that the city has had funded from sales tax for many years. And, it is up for renewal.
Trim complete. Process complete.
The Crime Control District goes back to 1997 council when vote is first. This is our first meeting, and then 2 years again, 2016. Remind us it is 1/8 some of the work that we're going to be doing with the council. It generates about 9.3 million.
Placement scan complete.
And so we put together a list of what we're calling policy items for the second quarter of the fiscal year, and that's the months January, February, and March.
Pick up crime in progress.
And
Trim.
Prevention and district renewal. The Health District Food Services Permit fees, we met with the council on that in December.
New file sorted.
We talked about residential streets.
20 placed in wooded folders. Good. Placement scan complete.
Amendments to the trust funds or replacement with impact fees is something the council will
Quarantine,
decide.
0 empty photos.
TERS number 7 creation, we sit down some new terms. TERS creation policy.
NBC JSON generation of converted series files.
These guys in this issue, we are doing the best we can do with the financial resources allocated. That's why when we do the budget every year, we sit down with the city council and see what are your biggest priorities.
Good.
This is a council.
Placement scan complete.
If you want to get to where you want to get, councilman, we can get there. Nobody wants to euthanize dogs or cats at any. These guys.
Pick up crime in progress. Good. Placement scan complete.
Christi County Sheriff's Office for process.
So we completed the FY25 schedule, and so we did send that report out to City Council, as well as an update on the capital improvement projects
complete.
that City Council approved last fiscal year. And so those we've been sending out bi-monthly by way of memo, but in December we included it as part of the report, and then the update on the CIP projects, we'll be sending that to Council bi-monthly. So the next one will be sent to Council in February. So we have nothing.
Negative fight in progress. Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Understanding of what you want.
Placement scan complete.
The city can use our water system. That's the best scenario anywhere. No matter if it's Corpus Christi. So
I just don't like the fact how you big electric.
No, this is a small business owner. I mean, this is not the lyrics. It's not true. It's just
We're going to build, I think if they really add
Placement scan complete.
we're having it built privately, they're going to own their own electricity. They're sort of, they're becoming their own electricity producer. And
Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Good. Good. Placement scan complete. Scan complete.
Two 223.
10-4.
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do the far field model. We got to hire a consultant.
I just wanted to clarify. I don't like the price either, but this is probably one of the most important decisions we're going to make on this detail.
Complete.
We want to make sure the Corpus study and we do it right.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also just want to clarify that we're here again because, after we initially voted this down,
Placement scan complete.
I call it the zombie project.
Placement scan complete. Trim. Trim.
Yeah, this particular, Dana again, Assistant City Manager, this particular funding was, related to the economic development of the group. They also have affordable housing dollars and some money that's utilized for streets as well.
Okay, so tell me how this parking lot is an economic development. How does it qualify?
This project was presented to the Type B back in the summertime. At that
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Dollar plans.
We don't have people that know
I'm
how
going to
to
let
use
them build they're already building. Big electric plants take care of it. And any excess electricity, they'll sell it back.
So we want to make sure the Corpus study.
Placement scan complete.
We're going to build, I think if they really add much electricity in China because they're building a lot of electricity, but we are too. But we're having it built privately. They're going to own their own electricity. They're becoming their own electricity producers.
Okay, City Manager Peterson, would you like to give us your update on city operations?
Yes, the City Manager report. Good morning, members of the council. This is our first meeting for the new year, and so I thought it'd be good to remind us of some of the work that we're going to be doing with the council. the departments, and the community. And so we put together a list of what we're calling policy items for the second quarter of the fiscal year. That's the months January, February, and March. And
good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yours.
Trim complete. Process.
There's a rig station nearby.
Placement scan complete.
Going on.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yours. Are you going to wait for her out there?
Good. Placement scan
When would the
complete.
project start roughly?
It really depends on the conclusion of demolition of the current bridge. So we're really concerned right now that we might not see council to determine either that there's a real
All right, well, I truly hope, and if there's anything we can do to help navigate those challenges, please let us know, because I know these tourists...
Renaming complete.
Speaking on economic impact.
Is there a specific economic development outcome? Creating jobs?
This particular organization, Next Sports Company.
New files source.
Issues around, I guess their contractor.
Linux voice control restart. Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yours.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yours.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Just heading from yours. All right, then I already called her. I'm on her way. I gave her your phone number just in case.
Good. Placement scan complete.
She has her phone number. Yeah, he told her she... But anyway. Or you
Good. Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan
complete. Good morning, members of the council. This is the first meeting of the
placement scan complete.
Remind us some of the
placement scan complete.
And district department and the health district, and so we
placement scan complete.
And amendments.
Information. Placement scan complete.
Fees is something the council will decide
Trim.
in the coming months. TERS number 7, creation. That's a new TERS. TERS creation policy, so that as the request for new TERS
trim. Placement scan complete. Trim's voice control restarted.
Of economic development is the bar of economic development is
negative fight in progress. Negative fight in progress.
The legal interpretation.
Well, what was the language that the voters approved? What was the language that the voters approved? What was the language? Do you know what that was?
I might need some help from...
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete.
I mean, the terminology was tracked in the ordinance, and the ordinance, and the findings were made. It is within the authority of both the city.
Good. Scan complete. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
It used to be 2
Since
million,
right
now
after the
it's 5
election,
million.
but especially since after January 27th we took office, we have now the strongest enlistment
we're
we've ever
improving the
had
kennels,
in the history of our
but
country. We've never enlisted people so quickly,
and
so
what the
easily.
council has to understand in
And
the
we
community is
enlist
that
by
when you have
merit.
decades of
You know, we
neglect,
won a Supreme Court case
decades
that
of
said
bad
you hire by
decisions,
merit,
don't turn things
you go to
around
college
in a year
now
or
by
2 years. It
merit.
takes a lifetime.
Everything's by merit. Our country became great because of merit.
We can be here for the same
And we have done some jobs. But think of it.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. Councilman Barrera?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move to authorize the city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary to settle all claims for which the city may be liable to Raul Alonso or related beneficiaries in an amount not to exceed $250,000.
28 drivers.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Gonna be a pull 0 on Victor John Mary 9841. Victor John Mary 9841.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Check heading from yard.
Nation of economic development is the bar is
Negative flight in progress. Placement scan complete. Negative flight in progress.
Okay, the motion carries.
What was the language? Do you know what that was? What was the language that the voters approved? What was the language? Do you know what that was?
We're going to pick back up where we left off, which is section L, individual consideration items, numbers 19 through 26. We took care of item 19, so now we're going to go to item 20, and this is discuss and consider possible action to require general public comment to begin at 12 noon exactly, and allow all registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment regardless of residency, effective January 27, 2026, as requested by council members Eric Cantu, Carolyn Vaughn, and Sylvia Campos. And who of the three is going to speak on that, Councilman?
Good.
Mayor, I want to give you the opportunity and the respect to see what you want to do on this item, because you're the leader of this council, and I want to know your thoughts on this. What kind of ideas do you want to do?
So,
the reason, the information
I mean, I agree with the 12. I think the 12 is good, and I think there's been some conversation about 12 noon. About we can discuss the time frame. I think there's been some discussion on the time frame.
Time frame for what? Like 12:30? Having at 12:30 or?
No. How long?
Oh, how long?
Yeah. About how long? So I'm welcome to. I'm open to any suggestions. I think the other issue was the non-residents. They have 1 minute now.
So what I wanted to do was move the public comment at 12 o'clock. Wasn't how it was before. And then also give everybody an opportunity at a 3-minute comment, because I feel that there's people that come from Portland or sent in to make public comment. I think 1 minute is not enough time for them to say what they want to say, and we also do provide water to those cities and stuff like that. So I think total of 3 minutes for every speaker is doable. As a time frame, like stopping public comment after an hour and a half, I just don't think that's right. I think the public has a right to speak to us and voice of the concerns. But that's my opinion. All I wanted to do was do at 12 o'clock and do the 3 minutes for everybody.
Okay.
So any other suggestions and ideas? That's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Let's hear from others. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. This has been, going on, since I, got in council. And I think we see that the 5:30 is popular. It is. But the problem is that it's after we have already taken action. And so, because that was voiced to me after, we took that action, that's why I'm considering, going back to the 12 o'clock. The only thing I would love to suggest is if we could offer at least one evening or an additional evening, so that we can have people that go to school or at work and can't make it to the 12 o'clock or during the day. But of course that would mean more time on, for us, for the council, but I wouldn't mind coming back another night. Actually, it would be, I guess, Monday night. And the other is the 3-minute allowance. I've been advocating that for a while now, because I do see people from Robstown, our surrounding areas, Portland, whatever. We are the water providers for 500,000 customers. But yet we only give them 1 minute when they come in person. So I've never felt that was right or just. So I hope that we can change that. That's about it.
Anyone else? Councilman.
I
agree recently.
Linux voice controlled restart.
A minute, you can't say much in a minute, you know, and I don't have a problem with going to 3 minutes because I do believe the majority of people that have spoken here that are not from this area either have some type of connection. They're not just up here, you know, they have some type of connection, and I think 3 minutes, I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with it.
Councilman Hernandez.
Has there been a motion on this yet?
No.
Okay. The reason we went to 1 minute for non-residents is we were getting because during the COVID period, we were getting phone calls from people from California, people from Austin, people from Houston, and they were taking up a lot of time and didn't have any real connection to this area. Now, that doesn't apply to people from Sinton or Portland or anybody that's local in the local area. So I would suggest that, well, when a motion is made, that we change this to all people that are in person get 3 minutes, not everybody that registered, because then we'll end up with people from California again, you know, signing up and telling us, you know, for 3 minutes, stuff that really is not relevant to our community and the people that are affected by our decisions. So I want to make sure that, you know, I'll make that amendment when it comes up.
Councilwoman Bond.
Rebecca, have you checked to see what other cities do?
Yes, ma'am. We did that research.
And what was it?
Oh, I don't have it in front of me right now. Specifically, what question? About
did they time? I know the county has a time limit. Mm-hmm. Did other cities time limit, or did they allow everybody 3 minutes, no matter how long it went?
I think a couple cities had rules about residents and non-residents, but most of them, I don't know if their councils may not have had that issue where a lot of non-residents show up. So I recall off the top of my head just a couple cities of the 10, about the 10 of the 10 cities that we polled.
They did what?
Yes, they just had one time limit for everybody.
And how much was the time limit, do you know?
It was up to 3. So I think one of them had 5, but that's very unusual. Yeah,
up to 3. So they didn't have a time limit that said your public comment is from 12 to 1:30.
Oh, you mean for the session?
For the session.
I want to say 2 did, right? Wasn't it 1 or 2 cities?
Yeah, there were several that had a specific time frame.
Yeah, there were several cities that had a specific time frame.
Yeah, there were several cities that had a specific time frame, so they allowed anywhere between 60 to 90 minutes was common, and they would divide up the number of speakers by the number of minutes, usually with a not to exceed 3 minutes.
Okay. And the reason I ask this is, here's the memory, is the reason that we went to 5:30. And whenever I proposed it, I said we would come back in 2 or 3 months and review it and see if it worked. We went because the meetings got out of control with the audience up here. They were out of control, and we were spending 3 to 4 hours every meeting for public comment. And we were exhausted by the end of the day, and you can't make good decisions when you're tired. So that is the reason that we moved it for a trial basis. Now, I think we need to be real careful. I understand the 3 minutes. For out of town, 1 minute is definitely not enough. But we got to be really careful, Mayor, because we're getting ready to hit some hot topics coming up again. Desal will be coming up in February. We're going to have groundwater discussions. So we could have another area where we've got a line out of here where we're spending 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, I'm fine with doing that if y'all want to do it, but we really need to think about what we're doing. So I'm open to all suggestions right now, but I'm with Gil on out of state. They do not need 3 minutes. And is 3 minutes too much for out of town? Do we put our priority for our residents that live in Nueces County? I think we have to think it through. And I think every council member needs to weigh in. Because it affects all of us. And Mr. Sinoni, I would like to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, Mr. Sinoni.
Hi. Well, so when Councilwoman Vaughn, when we recommended moving it to 5:30, I agreed because what was happening at that time is we want public comment, but there was long duration of public comment, which was exhausting the council to where millions of dollars in business decisions were at a late hour. with an exhausted set of board members, i.e. the council. So, being here 7 years, I have heard a lot of people say they like that lunchtime time because they can come in during the lunchtime and it's more convenient. Although Councilwoman Compos's group that we've worked with likes the 5:30 because that's more convenient. So, either way, some folks won't have convenience. Some people like the noontime because they can come in during their lunch break. Other people can't leave for lunch, so they like the 5:30 time frame. I would support or recommend having a time limit. So if you say we have an hour and a half of total public comment, because this is a board meeting, like it or not, and I know some people don't like me saying that, but the city council is acting as the board of the city, and there's important business decisions that have to be made up here. And the council doesn't convene to listen exclusively to comments, because you can hear that anytime, anywhere, and we do. I take phone calls, I take texts, I take appointments, and the council should too. So the meeting format is not the only time we can ever listen to a resident, and it shouldn't be. But the council only has this one time a week, 3 times a month, to conduct extensive business for the community. And if you have a tired board of directors, i.e. council, we're not making good decisions for the community. So I do support some type of a limit on the amount of time given the council freshness and alertness to make big business decisions and governance decisions and quality of life decisions. So that would be my thought.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, Peter.
Councilman Kincher.
Me personally, I don't support a time limit. I think that's what we signed up for, to hear the public and hear their concerns. I know Peter said there's other ways to get a hold of us through text, phone, emails, but honestly, how many times do we really respond to the public through emails and texting people back? I do. In the beginning, I was really bad about reading emails and not responding. And then I learned real quick that I need to respond, and I respond to my emails every day. And they are very appreciative of that. But I really feel that we need to hear the people out. I don't think it's going to be all the time for hours. Maybe big issues like desal is going to be a big issue, and we're going to have a long line here. But it's not going to be every single meeting, you know. And I understand what Peter says. You know, we're making a lot of big dog decisions, but we got to hear these people out. And that's what we signed up for. And even we do it at 12 or 5:30. I mean, it's 3-4 hours. I mean, it's 3-4 hours. I mean, I just feel like we have to do it. I agree with Hernandez and Vaughn about the limits of people from out of town. But what about keep it at 1 minute for people from out of town? However, but anybody that we provide water to, we hear them for 3 minutes. You know, whoever we provide water to, utility services, you know, and keep it in Nueces County. But if it's somebody in San Pat County, give them 3 minutes. You know, if they're from Kingsville, we don't provide anything in Kingsville. We give them 1 minute. I have no problem with that. You know, my main is our residents of Corpus Christi and the surrounding areas we provide water to. And water is a big issue in Corpus. So I think that's reasonable. But the time limit, I just feel that it's not good. You know, we're gonna cut somebody off after an hour and a half. Hey, sorry, hour and a half went out already, so you can't talk. I mean, that's just not right. That's not how it works. And I think they have rights and they need to be heard, and we need to fulfill our duties, you know, that we promised the people when we got elected, and we need to do that. So I will make a motion. Do I have to make a motion, or does Gil make a motion about his?
Well, you got to make a motion on the actual item you have in there, and then we'll amend it afterwards.
Okay. Say it one more time, Gil.
Well, you have it as written, right?
Okay.
Which if you read it, it's specifically, it's as it's written, discuss, consider possible action for general public comment to begin at 12 p.m. exactly and allow for registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment, regardless of residency. And I want to add that in person, if someone makes the effort to come to our council chambers to speak to us, I believe they deserve the right to get 3 minutes.
I agree with
you. They're going to call from California, they get 1 minute.
That's what I Texas.
I thought it already had the language in person, because that was my request as well. Okay. Why don't we hear from everybody? What?
Yeah. Got it. I'm just saying it because this is my last time to talk, so I don't want. This is my second time.
Well,
Huh?
you didn't make the motion yet, but you can.
Okay.
After we've got 3 more people that we have to hear from, and then we'll come back for the motion. Okay, Councilman Scott.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate moving it to noon. I would support a 60 to 90-minute cap. I'm okay with 3 minutes. I think the county, I guess, and the port has a cap, so I would just follow their process. I haven't heard, maybe I just missed it, but I haven't heard opposition or criticism to that process. I would just simply say everybody gets 3 minutes, non-residents gets 2 minutes. I hear what you're saying about whether they buy our water, although I think they technically buy water from a third party, although we provide water to the San Patricio Water District. So if you're asking me, noon, 60 or 90-minute cap, 3 minutes if there's enough people, or you change based on the number of people that sign up, and 3 minutes to non-residents. You weren't here earlier, but it
scan complete.
We have to, in the procurement process, they have to be
Councilwoman
understanding what do you want.
Good.
Well, I wanted to just state the fact that I thought that it was the in-person. When I said about the 3 minutes, it would be in-person. So, and it must be city-related. So, so that we just don't have anybody come here and, I don't know, talking about religion or some other thing that is not appropriate for city council business. So, I'd like to make the motion to approve this as proposed with the additional language of in-person.
I think, hold on, because I think Councilman was waiting, and he was amending. Yeah, we're going to let everybody take a turn before. You good?
That's what it is.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share my sentiments as well. I agree. I think that we're inviting people to come do what is in their right, which is to contact their government. And so everybody should have that 3 minutes if they've made the trip down here to City Hall.
Good.
And
scan complete.
I too see there's a mixed bag of who enjoys the PM and who enjoys the afternoon, but I believe that if we move this to noon, they can still submit a video or something like that if they're not able to attend in the afternoon. So perhaps we can still list that, they still need to state their name and where they reside, but then they could upload a media file or something like that.
In lieu of making public comment virtually, I mean, just do a video after. I guess it's possible, but
I mean, we have the technology to support like we're doing right now, right? So we would keep that in place.
So that would be a different. We're going to be providing not only virtual public comment, but a video instead of having some.
Quarantine, 0 empty folders.
Are they not attaching files? It's all actual videos.
Yes, except even Sharon Del Seuss will come
Linux
in
voice
and
control
start
restarted.
her item, right, and then show like a video afterwards in conjunction with it. But there's still a person who comes up and does it.
Okay, I thought we were allowing that.
No, ma'am. Yeah, that would be a different. So the status quo is to allow for virtual public comment, but a person actually has to do it.
Okay, but essentially we can emphasize that they can still speak in the middle if they can't come in.
Yes, ma'am. We provide virtual. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good. Placement scan complete.
I support 3 minutes for everyone, and then obviously with the exception of if somebody's calling in. I would also suggest limiting the comment to an hour and a half. Because the challenge is that when we have a contentious item on the agenda, then typically we had individuals that were taking advantage by speaking during that period when there might be another individual that comes in that has to speak something generally, whether it be, something that's not on the agenda. So I think this allows us to prioritize the individuals that have nothing on the agenda and they can speak during that lunch hour, whereas the other individual will still have the availability to speak during the agenda item. And then that way, whether it be for whatever the subject may be, then if they feel that's again, we're offering all these options. They can speak to us, they can write to us, they can send us emails, whatever the case is, they can call us, and then they'll have the opportunity to speak during that item. So I would support limiting it to an hour and a half, but 3 minutes for everyone, with the exception of people that call in that are from out of town. And I appreciate it.
Councilman, did you have a comment? Councilman Hernandez?
Oh, no. Good. Placement scan complete.
Okay, well, Councilman Kenty, did you want to make the motion? Or do you want to hear
Busy standby. Place scan complete.
The amendment was to add, allow all in-person registered speakers. So that would be including the language in person between all in registered. But you got to have the motion first, and add the amendment.
Okay. Councilman Vaughn.
Here's what I heard.
City manager,
that most of you want 3 minutes to everybody except for out-of-town people. I'm still confused whether you want an hour and a half. Do you want it just to be 3 minutes and you just come up here and talk if it's 4 hours? Because I figured up an hour and a half. I think that's 30 people at 3 minutes, right? Is my math right? Okay. So that's the dilemma. Now the dilemma is, do you want it an hour and a half? Do you want it just whatever it is? If you have 85 people, then, and we did have 85 one time. We did. It's 3 minutes. And you go back to the point, and hey, look, I want people to talk, I always have. But the most important thing we do up here, we're spending millions and millions of dollars up here. We have got to have clear heads. We cannot spend 4 hours for public comment. We can't. You can talk to him after, you can talk to him email, you can talk to him on phone. I get text all the time. So I'm going to go with whatever I think the consensus is, and I'm really not real sure what it is.
Good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, when he makes his motion and he makes his amendment, I'm also going to make an amendment to limit it to an hour and a half. And if that fails, then that fails. And if it passes, it passes. So that way we'll have 2 amendments.
Robert's Rules of Order.
Good. Placement scan complete.
No, we're not. This is democracy.
But can I ask clarifying question?
Yep. Councilman Roy.
Sorry, I just want to ask a clarifying question. When you talk about this hour and a half, if you put it an hour and a half, and let's just say hypothetically there's 85 people here wanting to talk, you're basically going to take the 85 and divide it by 90, and so each person would have a minute, and I didn't do the math, but I'm just saying like a minute and 10 seconds. If you have 85 people. If you have 30 people, then everybody gets their 3 minutes.
The council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Good.
In the times that we had 85 people, there was opportunity to speak at the agenda item. So they'll still have that opportunity to speak at the agenda item.
I got you. Thank you. That's all.
So it'll be both.
Placement scan complete.
The noon and the agenda item.
And the other thing is, when we did it at the county, if you had, say, 30 minutes and you had 30 people, what they would do is, because if you'll notice, when you have that many people, they're saying the same thing. Majority of them are saying the same thing. They're passionate and they're saying the same thing. So a group would get together and they would have a spokesperson. I'm not saying I'm for doing that. I'm just giving you an example, because you have to look at all of it. I'm seeing frowns out there. But anyway, I'm open to whatever the consensus is.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Put your microphone. Thank you.
I make a motion to move public comment to 12 p.m.
Complete. Good.
And
Placement scan complete.
give everyone 3 minutes to speak.
Second.
Mayor, make an amendment to the motion to include in person between all and registered speakers. So that means 3 minutes only for people that are here in person.
And 1 minute otherwise.
1 minute, well, that's already included. That's
Right.
That's,
okay, we have a motion and a second.
All right, and then Mayor, I'd also like to amend the motion to limit the noon hour speaking to an hour and a half. However, this entitles an individual to be able to still speak on the agenda item during that time, of which there's no limitation. And I might add that the legislature, they have each item that is open for discussion, and people sign up specifically for that item. So we're not going to be that much different.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my motion.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Good. Placement scan complete. Item as well, right?
Yes.
Just making sure that they can still sign up on any agenda item.
Right.
Okay, making sure.
So it's 2 opportunities at noon and then at the item if one, Councilman Scott.
All right, I'm in. Noon, 3 minutes good, except for 1 minute if you're not, you're online. And I support the 90-minute, and I would submit to y'all that we've changed this 4 times, maybe 3 times in the last year. So if it doesn't work, I'm change again. It's just I'm fascinated that it worked at the county, I think, and it seems to work at the port, I'm told. So I'm interested in trying it.
Is that a second?
Scan complete.
Yeah, I second. I didn't know you had enough. My apologies.
So what are we voting on? We have all these different motions.
Placement scan
Can I
complete.
just get
Councilwoman Paxson.
just real quick, just a clarification? Gil, on your amendment, the 1 minute to go online, that does not change if you have a Corpus Christian citizen online, they still get their 3. That was not your intent.
that's correct.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that. And so now, Rebecca, we're going to vote in a reverse scale
Placement scan
amendment, most recent to Gil's, and then the item. Thank you.
But can you, for clarification, Councilman Barrera, your amendment?
So my amendment is to limit the noon hour to an hour and a half. Okay, however, just for clarification,
Negative
an
5 in
individual
progress.
can sign up to speak during the agenda item, and that amount would be unlimited. So if 80 people sign up for one particular
Negative
agenda
5
item,
in progress.
then during that agenda item, they'll be allowed to be heard.
Right.
But general public comment is an hour
But
and
the
a half.
problem is that we don't know what time we're going to hear that agenda item. People can't sit here all day long.
You're talking to an individual that testified at 4:30 in the morning. That text message.
I'm telling you about.
Well, then if you don't care, then don't bring it up.
Okay, so
We're going to start or what?
it's
I mean, I'm ready, man.
no, we're not starting.
Whatever you want to do.
We're not starting. So we're just clarifying. So it's 90 minutes.
Renaming complete.
3 minutes for all minus out of
21
town.
That's what it is. I mean, let's see, I've got
That's
some
it.
questions here. Is there a specific
Right,
economic
his amendment.
development
And we have a motion and we have a second. So, but is everybody clear? I just want to make sure we've had a lot of.
So are we going to?
I have no idea what we're doing.
Point of order, Rebecca, do we have to have public comment before we start voting on the
Placement
amendments?
scan complete.
We have to have what?
Yes. Yeah, we have to have public
Okay,
comment.
yes, but I want to make sure it's, Councilman, it's 90 minutes. I'm sorry, it's 3 minutes per person, 1 minute if you're from out of town.
But we're voting all together in one thing, or how are we voting?
All together. Well, I'm sorry, yes, but collectively, that's what it is. And so the third thing is the, the new.
Scan complete.
The 90 minutes.
So the
Everything
difference
looks good.
from what you originally,
Placement
the
scan
difference
complete.
from what you originally stated is the 90. Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to go ahead and open public comment on item number 20. If you'd like to make public comment.
Busy standby.
Susie Saldana. Well, I appreciate you taking it back to 12 because I prefer it that way. I have the time to sit here all day and wait for you to come up with the action item. But now you're limiting them to signing up for the item. That's what I heard Mr. Barrera say, limited to sign up for the item. Now, one of the things I'm in favor of that Ms. Vaughn said, Councilman Vaughn said, was that if you have 5 people or 10 people that are going to speak on the same thing, that they can get together and pick one spokesperson. I have a problem with that, because if it's arranged correctly, it's done.
That they could.
It's done at the CCISD if you have a large contingency. But I don't want you to limit people with their ability to talk. Taking Mr. Councilman Everett's example, what is it that you're talking about if you've got 30 people and you've got 32 and then you're not going to let those 2 people speak? You have to take those things into account because it's going to look bad on you. And it's going to, the first thing people are going to say is you're not willing to listen to the people. So this is a very strong change. Make sure you keep it right.
Picture. There you go.
Susie, I want to give a statement of fact. I think what they're saying is if you had 32 people, then essentially they would get like 2 minutes and 40 seconds or something like that. So they just shortened the time frame to make sure that everybody spoke, but it would shorten it 3 down to like 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Good. Good. Placement scan complete.
Thank you.
Scott Barraza, Noice
County. Complete.
Glad y'all are going to move it to 3 minutes. What I am concerned about, you talk about speaking on agenda items. We are not in the city limits. Y'all have not talked about agenda items. Would y'all still be keeping that to 1 minute or moving it to 3 minutes? Because it makes a difference. And I don't like y'all talk about moving to 3 minutes for people you provide water for, but no consideration to the people you take the water from, us rural residents. Y'all need to keep that in mind, but I appreciate y'all moving things to 3 minutes. One thing to consider, you could possibly move public comment at noon at 5 o'clock and have a split time limit where you can
Linux voice control.
Maybe 45 minutes to an hour on each side, and whether you want to do noon or do 5, and y'all could still meet everyone's time limits that they have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Chris Square, non-resident. Thank you. I appreciate y'all bringing this back up. I think it's really important. CCW serves over, and these are not exact numbers, CCW serves over 700,000 customers, 7 counties, but population of your voters are 317,000. So that's only half of what's represented here by the decisions you make. As Scott said, you represent those that are taking and not those that you're taking from. So the other thing, and I understand where you're going through or what you're thinking through on how to make that workable. One thing to keep in mind with your hour-and-a-half limit, and that limits the amount of people that can do it. I've come up here personally to speak, always given the 1 minute, but I'm always the last of those to get to speak because I'm an outside resident. I'm always on the back end of the list. I'm here at 90 to 85. And so if you're going to limit that, make sure that you don't exclude non-residents by that hour and a half.
Placement scan complete.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Placement scan complete.
I just was hoping for a point of clarity. My understanding of the discussion is the 3 minute extends to the individuals that come to this location. So it wouldn't exclusively be the counties we serve. It would be anybody coming up to the mic. So 3 minutes to that. I just wanted to make sure to talk city business. Yes.
Good. Placement scan complete.
Jason Hill, Corpus Christi. I support 3 minutes for everyone.
Good.
I think it's hard for people with normal working jobs to come here and wait for an agenda item to come up. noon is convenient. I feel like if we're going to limit that noon time period, we should also open up a second time period for people with normal working schedules to be able to come in after work. Because if they're relying on their lunch hour, they might not be able to come in or wait. So, you know, I'm up for the simplest, most effective solution, but it's, you know, it sounds pretty hard to figure out. But yeah, I think having a noon and a 5, like Scott recommended, would be good.
Scan complete. Everything looks
Thank you,
good.
Mr. Hill.
Placement scan complete. Trim.
Matthew Rankin, Corpus Christi. First, just talking legalities, since nobody brought it up. You have to do the 3 minutes for everybody. There's, by my count, 5 cities in the state.
Scan complete.
Non-residents. Every one of them already has a lawsuit filed or pending against them, including Corpus. The lawsuit's being filed today. So, you guys,
security.
change it to 3 minutes.
Scan complete.
I have to go for the be nice. You've already got like probably what 40 or 50 people ready to join in on it from what's happened over the last 6 months. All the people from out of town commenting on DSAL. So move it to 3 minutes for everybody. 1 minute for non-residents over the phone. You could still get sued over it, and it's not going to work because what idiot's going to say they're not a Corpus resident when they're just calling on the phone? So good luck enforcing that. As far as when to have it,
placement scan complete.
Me that much, but say the compromise is to do both. So have a noon session with a time limit, and have a evening afternoon session with no time limit, and you get to speak at one or the other. It's that very simple. You don't get to speak twice; you get one or the other. So you guys can limit the amount of time for noon, so you can get to other business. Anybody who can't make that, or the 70-80% of the people who come here who can't be here at noon can show up for the afternoon, and everybody can be. Legally, the mayor can limit the time limit to people who show up for public comment, but usually it's the same. So just adding more time and letting everybody speak as long as they want makes it.
Placement scan complete.
Yeah, legally,
Linux voice control
the
started. Good.
You don't have to do it under statute. The mayor can just make the call. 90 people signed up for an hour and a half. Everybody gets 1 minute. You don't need to put that into the statute. That's already in the Open Meetings Act.
Placement scan complete. Location, what's your 10-20?
As far as city-related business, you guys get a little pushback on that.
-5 in
if
progress.
alien guy wants to come back up here, he could say he's Jean-Luc Picard, come from the future to help Zephyr Cochran make contact with the Vulcans on his comet. And then to make it city-related business, all he has to say is he wants us, the city, to partner with Elon Musk to build the warp core in the state aquarium. And now it's city business. So just keep that in mind when you're wondering if somebody should be speaking or not. Clearly.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I have a question for Miles.
Go ahead.
Miles, simple yes or no. Legally, do we have to do 3 minutes legally? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, and then what about time frame? 90 minutes, an hour and a half of time frame for speakers. Is that legal?
You can do a 90-minute time frame that you divide up between the available number of speakers. You can do that if you wish.
That's legal.
That's legal.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Magdalena Garza, District 1. So the timing on this, yikes. Several people, including myself, pointed out some of these public comment concerns months ago, long time ago. And I even reached out to the city secretary expressed to them that I was like, hey, we should really address some of these issues because it leaves the mayor legally kind of hanging out a little bit when you move the time like that. We should do something about this. You know, you don't want to have to hash this out in public comment, but here we are again. The timing on this looks bad. The timing looks bad because every time there's going to be serious discussion about water issues, now all of a sudden we want to limit, it seems perceived, that you want to limit public input. And the sensationalism of that, people are going to start bombarding us from California is just ludicrous. It's not going to happen. There's people in this immediate surrounding area that they're working class and they want to call in and they're from Sinton and they have limited mobility and they're worried about the wells drying up. You know, and you can't even verify if the person on the phone is from California or not. You're not looking up to see where we are. You know where I live. I just came from my house because I have the luxury of being able to sit and watch the circus. And I rush to get down here, but not everybody does. That's why I'm here, because people call me when they have time and say, this is undemocratic, this is legally going to put you in some binds here with TOMA. So, before you start making amendments and all this stuff, you can make these motions and you can pass them along, but it could be illegal. This could be legally leaving you out. How is that going to look when you have a lot of people coming in to talk about the water issues, which that's what you want. You want to hear from everyone, and you're limiting it to 90 minutes, or you're cutting it up, and then people who came, drove a while, they're having to get 3 minutes and do it in 1 minute. Not everyone's like me who has the practice to do this and do it on the fly. I'm doing this on the fly because this is huge. Don't just willy-nilly pass things, because you could be legally putting your butt or your mayor's butt or the city's butt out in legal jeopardy. Watch out.
Good.
Thank you.
Placement scan complete. Good. Placement scan complete.
Rachel Caballero, D1. There's this thing called the U.S. Constitution. I'm not sure why in this room it is so difficult for you, everyone, to understand that that will supersede any city ordinance. We sit here as community members listening to asinine stories of somebody's mother over here and kids over here and a waste of time. And I want to be really honest, if you have been given the opportunity to represent your constituents and you're making the decisions the day of the vote, that's alarming to me. That's extremely alarming to me. You should be doing your homework. Now, if you're on the fence, I understand that. But listening to your constituents, listening to your community, not hinder your ability to make a decision. And it is unconstitutional to put a time cap. And for the love of all that is holy, we are Corpus Christians. We don't care what's happening at the legislature. We don't care what's happening in San Antonio. We don't care what's happening in Austin or the port or the county. We care what's happening right here at on this dais. And we expect to be heard. We expect to be heard, every single one of us that is contributing to the tax bracket here. And to even suggest there to be a time cap is tyranny. Tyranny. November is coming up very, very soon.
Good.
Very soon.
Placement scan complete.
Do the right thing. 3 minutes, everyone, no time cap.
Thank you.
We have to, in the procurement process, there has to be...
Hi, Robin Cox, District 3. Gosh, I've missed all of y'all. But, and I'm a little confused. So will we get 3 minutes to speak on the topic, and then can we speak on the same topic then on the next 3 minutes? Because then it would be okay, because we would just each just the agenda item and then 3 minutes public comment.
Right.
Okay. I wanted to clarify that. And as far as only city-related business, I saw Alien Guy, and now I'm not going to tell which one of you they said they're going to take with y'all, but one of y'all is getting on this spaceship with them, and I'm not going to tell y'all, so let's see you later.
Trim complete.
Councilman Cantu.
So they could talk on public comment about the same issue on the agenda?
No.
That's what you just told her.
No, we said we can't do, it's public comment, it's city related, correct? Because that's what it was before, public comment with city related, or agenda, an agenda item, but then if you speak at public comment, right, on the agenda item, no, later on, you can speak on the agenda item.
You can't do that.
You cannot do both, right, that's right, you could speak, which is what it was before. You can only speak on an agenda item at the item or at noon, not both.
So you only can speak one time on the item itself.
Right.
So just to clarify, like I think she thinks because she could speak twice on the same item, so just once.
No. Right. 2 opportunities to speak, but only 1 on the actual agenda item.
Got it.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, go ahead.
Joshua Frederick, Christi. I am in favor of I'm saying that since we moved it to 5:30, I thought noon was the correct time because it's very important for you to hear from the public before we vote on things. It doesn't make sense to have them rally against things they were passionate about after it's already been decided. I remember we've had multiple meetings where, 20, 30 things have gone by and the public hasn't had the opportunity for a general public comment. And so if they weren't here in person to speak up about those items, they were done a disservice by it. I also like the idea of moving 3 minutes for everybody that comes in person. I think that's brilliant. I'm not a huge fan of an hour and a half limit, and we're dividing that time up. If you have plans, statements to make, if you have an impassioned
Linux
speech,
voice control restarted.
Man, turns out there's 25 people signed up, so now I got to cut it down to 1 minute and 12 seconds or whatever it comes out to via the math. I don't find that to be appropriate. If that is the direction we are going to go, then I would say, because the city does have very important business to be done, right? There are heads of departments here that are sitting around while the public is making those comments. Then I would say having a second public comment period at 5:30 as well. And of course, you should only be able to speak once on any given agenda item and once at, for the general comment, like we were just discussing.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Anyone else?
Excuse me, sorry. Hi, Melanie Sanchez, Corpus Christi. Again, school worker here. The 12 o'clock thing that was discussed earlier doesn't work for school workers like me. Just keep that in mind. That's the same case for several people in several fields. This is getting convoluted very fast, and I would suggest not voting on this right this moment. It sounds like more discussions need to be had and things need to be written down before that decision comes. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, close public comment on item number 20. So we have a motion and a second, I believe, on the item to 3 minutes for all. Meantime,
There's two amendments, Mayor, so we would take the amendments first. The first amendment was made by Mr. Barrera, and it was, or the last amendment, I guess, was made by Mr. Barrera, and it was to to put a cap on the 12 noon public comment period, that general public comment period, to 1.5 hours. So that would be the first thing that we would vote on.
Okay. We had a motion and a second for that one.
Yes, we did.
So we're voting on just putting a 90-minute cap on.
And to achieve that cap, as Mr. Roy stated, our understanding is that we would divide that time, right? We're talking about 3 minutes, but to achieve that cap, we would divide the number of speakers by that hour, by that time, to figure out how to accommodate that number of speakers within that time frame. And how you explained it.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. So that's what we're voting on.
We're voting on just
that amendment to the main motion.
Okay. Everyone, please submit your vote.
It's not Valero, it's not the aquarium.
Okay, that fails. Okay.
All right, so then the next amendment was to add in person. And that would be, so, Mr. Cantu, you stated the motion was a motion to, I'm going to use the word, to require general public comment to begin at 12 noon and allow all speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment. So the amendment, Mr. Hernandez made an amendment to add in, allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak. Okay, but go ahead.
Good. Placement scan complete. Good.
I don't know if we can do this, but I think the thing is that if you're here and you're going to speak, whether you're from Sinton or wherever you're at, don't put the Sinton people at the end, or just put them all in there. You know what I mean?
Okay, so we didn't, there's some wording in here that wasn't said by Mr. Cantu about regardless of residency, right? Is that, so we're not going to sort by, it's just whoever in the order of sign up, in other words, right? It doesn't matter, residency, okay. And out of state?
Well, that's the 1 minute.
Good.
They still get 1 minute if they're out of state. Okay, and that's not in person because they wouldn't be here, right? Okay, got it. Okay. All right. Okay, so on the amendment to add in person, that's what we're voting on now.
Yes. So, Councilman, you want to make that motion?
No, it's already been made, Mayor.
Oh, you amended it.
He made it.
Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. So it's
just to add in person.
In person 3 minutes, out of state 1. Okay, please submit your vote on that.
Good. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so then finally, the last thing is the main motion as amended. So it's going to state motion to require general public comment to begin at 12 noon and allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment. Okay, and we didn't, Mr. Cantu, you didn't state the residency or that it's effective January 27th. But so I'm just stopping it there. Is that correct?
Complete.
You didn't say it. Okay, are you, so just to clarify, you want those two things, right? To start the 27th? Okay, and, okay.
Well, 27th.
Yeah, but he didn't say it, so he didn't say what this said, so I'm just wanting to clarify. He did not say what this said.
Placement scan complete.
Okay.
Your speaker. Just put it, turn your speaker on real quick.
Placement scan
just
complete.
to clarify that you're good with the way it was
written, because you didn't say exactly what was written, but you're good with it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he's good, and we're all good with that starting on January 27th, regardless of residency. Okay, so that's what the amended motion is. Do you want me to read it again, or everybody good? One more time? Okay. So it's going to read, motion to require general public comment to begin at 12 p.m. and allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment, regardless of residency, effective January 27th, 2026.
Okay. Aquarium Park Please submit your vote.
Up to $2 million from the B Corporation for TSA visitor parking lot infrastructure improvements. Councilwoman Vaughn, did you pull this one?
Yes, thank you. I've been reading up on this
The
weekend.
motion carries unanimously.
Placement scan complete.
Okay. Very good. Moving on. Item 21 was tabled, so we're going to go to item 22. That is a discussion and possible action regarding the Type B Corporation Business Incentive Agreement with Next Sports Company, LLC, including related operational issues, actions involving utilities access, and the filing of criminal charges, and to provide direction to city staff, as requested by Councilmembers Eric Cantu, Sylvia Campos, and Carolyn Vaughn.
Good.
Who's going to speak on that? Cantu.
So I brought this on the agenda for a few reasons. One reason is the owner of the Next Sports Company LLC got charged with temporary messing with the water meters or something like that getting water directly from the water pipe, whatever the case is.
Right.
So my understanding is he paid for the permit, he
In service
got the meter
available.
installed, all this good stuff, and I guess his contractor got in the water supply, and they blamed him for stealing water and filed charges against him. I want to know, when did we start filing charges against people stealing water from Corpus Christi? I know that there's people that get their water disconnected and they probably cut the lock to turn the water back on, and we just bill them for the water. And then also the fact that he has tried to give you guys a check, I don't know, it was $5,000 or $10,000 for water, and they refused to take his check. This is a small business that's doing a lot of great stuff in my district and the west side of town. He's spending a lot of money on a sports complex for children, kids, teenagers, soccer fields, go-karts, whatever the case is. It's looking nice. That side of town needs something great like that. And for us to file charges against him, I don't think it's right. And the Type B board, my understanding and how I feel, is after him because the fact that if these charges stick, they can take his $1.8 million away. I just feel that it was very disappointing with the board, Type B board yesterday, knowing that this is on the agenda and they couldn't postpone it. They just went ahead and voted to take his funding away and take his money away, $1.8 million. Knowing that today we're having this discussion disturbs me. I just feel like, for whatever reason, they don't want to give him this money in the first place, and they were trying different excuses. I understand that he was getting asking for extensions to do a lot of things, and I get it. Look, small businesses right now are struggling. Finding workers to finish your project, contractors, they're getting picked up. I mean, it's tough right now, and he's not on time with his projects. But tell me who's not on time with the projects. I know the city's not. I mean, you guys are not always on time with the city projects, and I just feel that he's being targeted on it, and now they took away $1.8 million from him to a small business owner who's trying to better Corpus Christi, trying to better the west side of town, because the west side of town gets overlooked. And I just don't feel that's right. And why put a local business owner who's done a lot for this community, who is a doctor, and file charges against him? It blows my mind. I mean, I get it. What he did, or what his contractor did, was probably wrong. Tapped into the water supply. I get it. Whatever the case is, but filing charges against him, knowing damn well that he's not the one who went and did it himself. It was his contractor. You also have to charge his contractor. Why him? And I just feel, and I talked to Mike Dice about the other day. I was told that the department went over there to shut him down because he didn't have no permits for building some bleachers or something like that. And I understand that. That's another thing I always complain about, is there's so much red tape to get permits. I wish we could just pay for permits.
Naming complete.
Business, but I just wanted to update, and I wanted to see what we can do about these charges, Miles. I mean, I don't think it's right. I think it's BS, and I think we should drop those charges.
Good.
And, you know, I mean, come on, you already took his $1.8 million. I don't even think there's nothing we can do about that. I want to find out if we can do something about that for the $1.8 million to be contested. What is the options? You know, because, you know, I guess the $1.8 million is going to go to another parking lot or something like that, and this $1.8 million was going to go to a nice sports complex for children on the west side of town, that we have nothing on the west side of town for kids. So can we do something about his charges, Miles? Can the city send a letter to the DA and say, hey, we're going to accept this money, we're going to drop the charges, or whatever the case is?
We normally
First negative flight in progress.
Tell me, the type did not initiate those charges. They police. Police file charges in Class B or higher misdemeanor directly to the district attorney's office.
But you guys filed a complaint, correct? The water department or somebody filed a complaint?
There are 3 water-related complaints that are filed as Class C misdemeanors, and those types of complaints are being investigated throughout the city. They have for drought-related activities.
The city filed the complaints, though, right?
Yeah, we filed the
Class C misdemeanors, yes.
So when somebody
gave the ticket, it was
when somebody gets disconnected for not paying their utility bill, and they go and cut the lock because they're tampering with the meter, they're cutting the lock. Do you file charges against them?
No, that's a different issue entirely. When somebody breaks the lock, destroys city property in order to steal water, that's a different issue. That's a greater level misdemeanor that we would normally deal with in our office. That's the police file those charges directly with the district attorney's office. It is enhanced because it involves a public utility. It's breaking the city's property related to the operation of a public utility. So that's one of the things that takes it to being a higher level misdemeanor and getting filed with the district attorney's office. But it did not come through us.
With the legal department, but it came to the city one way or another. I mean, somebody filed a complaint. Look, I get it. You break the crime, you get charged, I get it. But he didn't, the doctor did not go and did it himself. I mean, it just blows my mind that we filed charges against him. And I feel, me personally, it was a witch hunt because Type B board wants to take his money away. My personal opinion, I could be 100% wrong, but my personal opinion, that's the reason behind it. And I just feel like, he's trying to better the west side of town, and he's trying to do this best as possible with what he has right now with the situation, with workers, money-wise, everything else, and I just feel that,
it was
and then for Type B he was trying to pay for that to pass it yesterday, knowing that we had this on the agenda today. I mean, it just blows my mind.
And y'all never give him
Keep in mind that the city, the way the law is set up is the city council has essentially veto power over Type B expenditures prior to them being made. And that's part of the reforms that were made following the HUD-HIPAA that in discussion. Councilman.
So the decision that the board did yesterday, can we do anything about that?
So I'm saying, those programs and expenditures have to be approved in the first place by the city council, by the governing body. However,
so that contract's coming back to the council to council it.
Once the programs are in place, that contract is with the Type B corporation. It's not the city. It's a separate corporation. You appoint the board members and they serve at will, but it is a separate corporate entity.
Good.
So we can
within their discretion.
You can't do anything, Councilman.
The only thing we can do is
they terminated the contract. You can't reinstate it. They would have to. Only the Type B board can.
Okay. So what's the deal with not accepting his money?
We need to see. Do you guys have an answer to that? Were we aware of a check that he was going to give us for $10,000? Anybody?
If we get a check in exchange.
Dan McGinn, just a second. Did anybody give you a check, Dan McGinn?
court process determine what.
Okay, he was trying to pay his ticket to you and not the judge?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the issue there.
It wasn't the ticket, it was for the water that supposedly he stole. He was trying to pay for that water. So he was trying to ask you guys how much money he owed y'all, and y'all never give him a price.
Well, we didn't have
and we talked about this in each session. I remember exactly. He's trying to do this.
Yeah, we don't know how much because there's no meter. They illegally tapped into an active line with no meter. So, who did he talk to you then? No, you didn't talk to him.
Yeah, in discussions, yeah, there was an offer of a certain amount, but there was we had no ability to, like you said, there's no meter, there's no ability to determine how much water was taken out.
That just blows my mind.
We had a court display through these courts. We had a court today. I don't know if the court would determine an amount that's essentially
Okay, so if we had paid, it wouldn't have relieved him of his municipal court proceedings, right? Okay.
So there's nothing we can do, Miles. So he gets screwed with his $1.8 million. He gets screwed because he has charges filed against him. There's nothing we could do for him, like one of the other. What can we do for this guy? He's a small business owner from Corpus Christi who's invested in the west side of town.
I told you we're going to do a lot of things.
I'm careful to talk about evidence in a live criminal case that's existing. I would normally...
It's a criminal, but it's a misdemeanor charge, so just talk about it.
I would normally recommend that any criminal matter be dealt with in executive session, and we have dealt with this in executive session, and the evidence be received in executive session. So any relation of the evidence, and that's normally a matter, a law enforcement matter that involves the police and involves the discretion of the district attorney. And it's a state law matter in this case.
Just to maybe clarify, there were two types of penalties. There were infractions. There was a municipal court, tickets. There was a criminal case tapping into a municipal water system. Is that correct?
It was a criminal case. I believe it was a type of criminal mischief, but I'd have to go and do some research to get that. And I would recommend it be related in executive session because it's a live law enforcement matter. It's a criminal matter.
But there's two kind of categories of issues that happen. We do have tickets. You asked the question, how long have we been charging people who steal water? Forever, probably.
As far as I've been here, I believe all cities.
Right. So that's a long-standing practice. So he was issued a ticket for watering on a day he shouldn't have been watering.
That was a separate issue.
Right, Wes? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So one issue was simple infractions handled at municipal court. That could happen to any of us. Watering on a day you're not supposed to water. I don't know what the other issues were, but the more severe one that could have crippled the entire region's water supply is actively tapping into the city's water system without any permission. And if you may recall, prior to 7 years ago, the city couldn't use our water system because of an issue with the distribution. So that's a bad scenario anywhere. Doesn't matter if it's Corpus Christi. So
I just don't like the fact how he's being treated. Period. I don't see you guys treating anyone else like that. You know, this is a small business owners. I mean, this is not the Laro. This is not the State Aquarium. I don't like the way he's being treated, and it's just not right.
We understand. I mean, we're not treating him any differently. If somebody taps into the water system illegally.
I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about taking his money away.
We didn't take his money away. Yeah, the Type B board did that. Yeah, and we didn't recommend it. In fact, Dan McGinn was there yesterday, and he recommended against them taking any action yesterday. Good. Before, he recommended it for many reasons. One, he told the Type B board, you all are going to talk about it today. Two, they were going to municipal court today, and there could be some changes there. So the staff person, Dan McGinn, assistant city manager, said, don't take any action to the Type B board. They listened, but took action anyway. So we've been handling this case just like we do every other case. And we didn't vote to take the money away. We can't do that. The Type B board did. You know, the only thing I think he could do is if you want to contribute to the project, we'd have to find another funding source that you control. But this council doesn't control the Type A or B monies. The board does that you appoint. So if you found some other ways, if we could identify other funding that you have discretion over, this council, then we could do something there. We'd have to work with you all to figure that out.
Does he have any recourses like to dispute or?
He could sue, and we could go into mediation. With the Type B board, right, Mel?
Yeah, the Type B board. The Type B board is not a mere board. It is actually a separate corporation. So just like the Type A corporation is a separate corporation. And being a separate corporation.
So next week I could submit a memo to change the board member if I wanted to. Correct?
Yes, it would.
At any given time.
They serve at will.
Good.
Okay.
Don't
Placement
take any
scan
action.
complete.
Good to know. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Placement scan complete.
Okay, I want to make sure that, it has always been my position that we need to treat people fairly and the same, right? They should all have the same opportunity. So we have a situation where this particular organization, Next Sports Company, had some issues around, I guess their contractor, they had some delays, but this is not, there's some legal issues here. But I don't recall this being an issue, I don't recall this going after when Sam Kane Beef owed us, $60,000 in unpaid utility bills. We have, we've got to treat people the same. And unfortunately, I don't think things were adjudicated before the funding was removed from this company. I think all the work should have been done beforehand. The municipal court should have been, all the legal questions should have been addressed and completed prior to this coming to Type B. Who put this on their agenda?
They did. The Type B board put it on. Everything you're saying, we advised them that, we recommended that yesterday, saying that we would recommend a delay on any vote.
Okay.
And they listened, but they voted anyway. We don't vote, but we encourage them to vote.
Okay, well, I think we need to recommend them to review this or hold off until everything's adjudicated.
Yeah, that's what we told them. We knew today municipal court, that Dr. Kingsley would be in municipal court today. He's there today. The police chief has finalized his review of this.
And that's fine. Like I said, I want to make sure that we treat people fairly and let the process go through beforehand. Now, I don't know, when they terminate the agreement, that doesn't have to come back to council for approval?
Correct, it doesn't. The agreement's not with the council, it's only with the Type B.
That's correct. We can only approve the agreements, but if they decide to cancel the agreement, that's not something we have to bless.
That's correct.
Complete.
So, well, that's designed that way because it's a fund. It's just like when we appoint to, the RTA, that once they're appointed, they're responsible for the funding that's associated with it. So there's some specific separations of powers that are good in some cases, bad in others. Ultimately, I think this is going to have to be a conversation that us individually will probably have to have the Type B board members to kind of address how they should, consider due process. Ultimately, I don't want, I'm not going to condemn someone or revert any of their issue, until everything is kind of settled, right? Until we have, if there's a lawsuit, and the lawsuit should be,
new file
reviewed and completed before moving forward with something. It's just,
Quarantine, zero
you're not
anti-phone.
guilty until proven innocent kind of thing.
Linux voice control
It's unfortunate
restarted.
the Type B decided to go in that direction. I don't know, but then I don't know what they heard. I don't know what was presented to them. I don't know what information they had. So I don't want to condemn them either, but I'm disappointed that we did not go through the entire process, both internally and with the municipal court, before making these kind of decisions.
The we is not us, though, Councilman. It's the
understand.
the Type B board elected yesterday after we told them we would recommend delaying any vote. But they listened they decided to vote anyway.
Okay. Well, like I said, I will reach out to individual board members and see if I can get their
I think that's an issue. Right. I think that's the best course for you all.
Okay. Thank you.
I would suggest, Peter, if we can reach out, and we can, if that's more appropriate, to the chair, because I think this body needs to know exactly what took place, and they can write it out or however they want to do it. It's just a mess.
Right. Good. We can put that request into them. We work with them just like we work with the city council.
Thank you.
We did, just for the record though, I mean, regardless of who did it, there was a criminal offense in a municipal court offense. Somebody did something they shouldn't have done. And with the city staff does not look the other way. So we have to look into it, write them up, issue them a ticket, whatever. I don't know what the right words are, but we can't allow people to break the law, especially the city's water system. And so we did what we needed to do, and we were fair and equitable, and we treat everybody the same. And we did the same thing here.
Councilwoman Paxton. Thank you.
I would always advocate that we follow due process, and if there has been an error, make the appropriate adjustments to repair that. Additionally, I recognize that this is a small business owner that is trying to invest in a section of our town that truly would benefit from it. It doesn't sound like, and I haven't spoken to anyone representing that group myself, but it doesn't sound like they're interested in leaving things on a bad note. It sounds like they're trying to make steps to repair any damages that they, it sounds, unknowingly were party to. So I'm sensitive that it is still in case, so I'm trying to choose words carefully. But keeping that in mind, under the consideration that they would like to make, the appropriate amends, and this body, our organization, made a recommendation to the board. Pause. Let's let this play out a little bit more. They're trying to fix the problems. Let's let them do that. Before you proceed, is there something, again, to be sensitive so we don't look as a council telling them which way to go on any one thing or another? Is there something we can do to one, recommend a revisit? Two, I'm curious, what were the sound bites when staff recommended that they wait? What was their justification at completely disregarding that, or I say completely disregarding, but I don't know.
Yeah, Dan McGinn was there for us yesterday. Dan, what did they say? Because you did this in executive session or open session? So he encouraged them in executive session to, you had several points that you told them. One, let's go to municipal court. Two, let's the case play out. Go ahead.
We wanted to provide an update because we did issue a letter to cure.
The board did.
The board issued a letter to cure within 60 days. In December, it didn't happen.
Starting JSON security scan.
Back the 13th, and so we just wanted to make the board aware of that, and then some of the communication that I've had with the attorney and Dr. Kingsley about where they were at with the DA, and that those things were kind of in the works, but no real action has taken place yet. So we really just wanted to provide an update on those two things, and then we also wanted to make them aware about the item being placed on the agenda for today, that it happened pretty late last week. We just wanted to make sure they were aware of all those things, and that, that we plan to bring this back in February to the Type B board, because we felt like hopefully those two items with the courts would be at least not, if not finished, at least we'd have a decision. So that's where, as a staff, we just left it there. Then the board discussed it.
Is there a chance that they could bring this back to their agenda for revisit?
Can they legally redo it, Miles, or revisit it?
All we can do is ask. We can't instruct. We can't.
I think there might be like a motion to reconsider.
I believe the last vote was to terminate, isn't it? And
it was.
And there would be several possibilities after that vote. Like you said, a vote to reconsider possibly. They could vote to essentially, they could seek a different separate contract, vote to reinstate. There's some possibilities if they requested
Okay, we can work with them and see what their options are. And just can I just speak to Councilman Cantus? We recommended this project years ago when we actually helped Dr. Kingsley, because initially the sizing of the property wasn't right. There was an issue of having to cross Old Brownville Road to the parking lot. So we actually had staff help him kind of reconfigure. We're still advocates of the project. This is a great development, not too far from the city golf course over there. So we're supportive of the project. We've helped to advance it. But the Type B board is the one that makes the policy decision. And they have wrestled over the years with extensions in the contract, the municipal court tickets and the criminal case. They were concerned about it, and I think that's why they wanted to cancel the contract. The contract had a very clear provision that says if the contract recipient breaks the law, then the contract can be voided. And they determined that that's what happened. So they terminated.
It just sounds like there's a whole lot of, we hit the holidays, dates changed, there was a difference of a couple of weeks. And I think that if those things had transpired in their rightful timeline, we'd be having potentially a much different meeting.
I believe so, right. I think part of the issue is, to Councilman Cantu's point, is Dr. Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums. He's a pediatrician, and he may not have the right type of help to help him do this. And so we've helped, Michael Dice has helped knowing that. But that's maybe the issue, is some could be unintentional. We're not sure about, did he know that his crews illegally tapped into the city's, the region's water supply system? We can't get a good answer on that. So it's where we're at is where we're at right now.
Well, hopefully we can see about a couple of those measures we discussed to see about requesting a revisit, maybe something along those lines.
Okay, we'll work with the board chair. They do meet monthly, but they can have a special meeting as well.
Thank you. Councilman Scott.
I thought I'd weigh in. I was at closed session on this item, and I was alarmed by what was shared with me by city staff. I was alarmed and concerned about that project and what you all presented. I may have told Eric I thought some of our response was a little excessive, but I was alarmed by what happened, so I don't want that, I want the public to lose sight of that. I've got a lot of respect for these Type B folks. I find this fascinating. I'm disappointed they met and decided yesterday. I would like Peter, Mayor, Council, them to come, exec or public, whatever it's supposed to tell us. My sense is that maybe they knew some things, and we haven't really articulated the timeline from beginning to now, which I think is important, right? I think there's additional information that might be relevant to why they made the decision they made that hasn't been shared because it's either privileged or it's an ongoing investigation. But I think we as the body, I want to hear it. I guess I can call them. I know most of them. But I do think the body ought to hear, hey, why did you do what you did? And I think that's appropriate. I mean, we appoint you, and you did something that we kind of thought was odd. And so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you know more than I know, and I'd kind of like to, be on the same page. So my ask would be to ask the Type B board to come in a manner that you all deem appropriate and present the reason, the information they had and why they made the decisions they made. I think that would be important before I had any kind of conversation about anything going forward. That was my 2 cents. Good.
Yeah, we can do that, Councilman. The issue here this afternoon is that this was placed, on the agenda late last week, so we haven't had the opportunity to get completely organized, but there is a lot of history to this. This project goes back, how many years, Miles? What was that? It's 3 years, maybe 4.
The original agreement was 2020. So
2020? Okay, so 7 years this has been going on. So there's a lot of history. And the board chair, Ms. Summers, has been on the Type B board probably for most of that time. So she has the advantage over us here of more access to information, and the thought process may be a little bit different than what we would come up with if we're just hearing it from the periphery for the first time. But so we'll work with them to see how do they come in and talk to the council. I mean, they're an extension of the city. The way the type A, B boards work are governed by state law. Because we use sales tax or economic development, we got to do what the state law says. So the council appoints them, but they're a very independent authority, so to speak, and that contract is not with the council, it's with them and Next Works. So we'll bring them here, but we'll get organized and try to show a timeline of how long this has been going on, how many deadlines they missed. The chief investigator, we can see what his, generally if he can speak about what he looked at, the municipal court tickets that the judge is over there is hearing today, and we can have a presentation and show what happened. It's a more to try to get all this done in a few minutes and have an audience understand everything we're talking about is not going to happen today because the item was just introduced last week by council. So we need to do more due diligence. We could put together a presentation, bring in the right people from the type B board, help council.
I would recommend that any matters involving existing legal matters like criminal charges that may be pending be done in executive session because of the potential for interference with law enforcement. We can make these presentation in executive session and we can always update that if requested.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, Eric, I'm glad that you brought it forward, and that's the reason I signed it, because I think every council member, if they have a concern, should get to put something on the agenda. I know a whole lot about it, but I will say this. The city's not at fault here. Because if someone is stealing water, you do get a ticket. But he probably was not the one doing it. It was probably a worker. He was probably not out there doing it. He didn't know about it. So not to hear him out is a shame. And I'm very disappointed. I think that the Type B board showed very poor judgment, bad judgment, whenever you asked and Dan McGinn asked them not to do it. They should have at least given you the courtesy to came back and said, this is the reason we did it. And they didn't do that. They've been on my list because today, on that parking lot, that was not economic development. So anyway, I just think that they should come forward and they should explain it to us. But I think they should have waited till the lawsuit was over, because you're assuming someone's guilty, presumably before they even have a chance to present it. So I think that's bad judgment. That's a concern for me. That there's nobody on there that stopped and said, hey, let's wait until we get
voice control restarted.
Nothing. The thing I do want to ask you is, you said that I think he got a ticket for watering on a day he wasn't supposed to. Is that correct?
That was one of the tickets. We got watering on a day. That's how it came to our attention. Well, it's in municipal court today. I'm not sure because he's in court.
Okay, I want to ask you this because I've said this before. Before I got on council, my husband, I think, left the water hose running in the backyard. So I got a ticket. I immediately, $500, immediately paid it.
Right.
So did he have the opportunity to pay it? And he didn't do it.
Correct. Yeah, he had the opportunity to pay the window fine, as they call it, but he elected to see the judge, and that's what he's done today.
Try and talk out of it.
Yeah. That was his choice, not ours.
Okay.
So he could have done what your husband did and paid the bill.
I don't hold the city or the police accountable for this. I mean, he's accountable.
Right.
But I do wish that the Type B board had not done it like they did. That was just not right. Thank you.
Councilman
Thank you, Mayor. First off, this project was brought to me in 2019 as a district councilman. I remember originally their initial site was where the initial site of Carroll High School was going to be before it was moved. They were looking at that property, and they fell into the challenges that everybody dealt with regard to the AQs, and they wanted to do that controversy. And so we worked with them to try and keep it in district approved, and then we were able to get them off of the Cliff Moss and Old Brownsville Road location, of which I was really excited about what it was. We've had, I don't know Randy's in here, but it predates Randy because he was at the city maybe at that time. I know when we initially brought the application, there was a concern with financing. And there were some challenges with financing. Dare I say, I used my influence with the board to at least move further, because then it was a payment on performance. So we worked out through that to get the payment of performance. During that time, obviously the pandemic came. We were able to utilize that to encourage the Type B board to extend the deadline at that time, of which they were supposed to have all permits and to move forward with basically their action plan. At one time, there was a hotel involved. There was a big grand plan, of which at one time we tried to remain optimistic. And my argument at that time, as is always, is it's just a grain field with that has an ag exemption. And if we can build anything out there, then somebody's going to have to pay taxes on the improvements. And so that's basically what we went to the Type B board and asked them to continue to move on because it's based on performance. Does anyone here know how many extensions were granted in total?
The reporting and assault after the
and that was, of course,
getting at the male subject in the home for reading the female and
2020, the last amendment, the third amendment occurred in April of 2025.
Okay, so I think one thing I just want to make clear. I want to commend the staff. We talk a lot about consistency, and if a crime is committed by a developer or property owner, then they should take responsibility no matter who it is that they hire. They have to take responsibility for the contractors they hire. I just read a motion for taking responsibility for something that was not entirely our fault, but because we didn't operate the machinery adequately, because it was a rental piece of machinery, and we decided that we had to take responsibility. So the developer has to take some level of responsibility, and we did. So that's the thing. So now we've gone through this process, and much to a ton of staff time, and basically law enforcement came in and said it's a crime to utilize the city's resources and to circumvent that. And so, and I want to commend them for following the process of which they should follow. Now, for somehow or another, this individual wants to invest money. They still have not met the obligations of what they originally said that they were going to do back in 2020. We've amended that on 3 different occasions, which takes staff time, which takes Type B time. So I think it's just very premature to bring this here and to hurl accusations of staff. When you guys did your job, you just said that you gave them several opportunities. So we made 3 amendments, so that takes staff time to be able to do that. In addition, I'm just looking at my time. In addition, we have an individual that has tapped into resources that we don't know to what level, if it is a felony or not, that they took more than $1,500 worth of water. We have no idea, and there's no way that we can have an idea. So I just don't want to get to the point as to where we're trying to blame staff for the negligence of a developer, whether he did it on purpose or not. That's whether it's with intent or not, then that's for the district attorney to decide, not us to decide. And to waste staff time or to use staff time until we let all that play out, I just think it's wrong. I appreciate those guys on the Type B board. They've been taking a lot of scrutiny lately. They've been taking a lot of scrutiny for making good decisions. It doesn't necessarily have to be the decision that we came for, because we want to circumvent the process. But I want to commend them, and I want to commend you, 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 and I want to commend you back there, because you've done everything you can to try to help those kids on the west side. And I appreciate it. Thank you much.
Councilwoman Campos.
Placement, scan complete.
Thank you, Mayor. I did agree for this discussion to come because I wanted clarification, and I wasn't sure why the Type B board, the way I saw it, was rushed. But like it has been brought to light, there has been 3 extensions on this particular project. The time is really disappointing, because here they are the very next day, maybe hopefully getting that resolved. And it is disappointing that they couldn't wait at least a week for
Scan
this.
complete.
I also
Everything
am
looks
curious
good.
how much they have invested in this project. Do you know,
Placement
Dan?
scan complete.
This, do we know?
Overall,
Overall, how much has this company, has Next Sports Company already invested in this?
Good.
4 million?
Placement scan complete.
Okay.
4 million to date, yeah, with another phase that would occur in future years.
Uh-huh. And how much, I mean, like, right now, I think they have, like, the soccer field, right? Right now, what do they have now built?
Correct, yeah, they have completed phase 1, which includes 6 soccer fields, grass, and 2 artificial fields that are well, they're all really multi-purpose, but 8 total. Parking lot has been completed, they have lights.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've been fortunate enough to be able to go and watch my granddaughter go play in one of those fields, and it was just really nice to be able to see how nice, the field was and how lighted and what have you. But again, it is very disappointing that we couldn't come to an agreement just by talking to one another and finding out just a little bit more. It is good that it was brought to light. I hope that we and they are able to resolve this issue and hopefully still be able to complete this project. I'll do whatever I can to help them. But again, I just wanted to just hear it from you all, just how much they have actually invested, and it's already been quite a bit, and we're already starting to see the fruits of their labor. So anyway, that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That's all the
Good.
remarks and questions. So we're going to go and move on. I don't think there's any action for this.
Left and right. I mean, just
Maybe coordinate something to.
Yeah, we'll work with the board chair and probably put something on the 27th agenda or maybe the first one in February, depending on the timing.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 23.
We could get 7 different opinions on what we need.
Yes,
So we have to, in the
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
current process,
We
there has to be an
we didn't open
understanding of what
public
you
comment on this. If you'd like to make public comment on item number 22.
Robin Cox, District 3. Not the. I had at least 3 times, I'm a landlord, and I had tenants break the meters, and I had to pay. I had to pay for it. And I always thought it was unfair that the Piedmont Steel Plant to walk away scot-free with millions of dollars. But on a sidebar note, this is for everybody at home and everybody out here, I want to take note that on January 13th at 4:45, Peter Zanoni said, we can't let people break the law. So we all need to take note of that. We can't let people break the law. So that law is for not only for this, but for other things coming up. I just wanted to let you know that even he says you can't let people break the law, and that's not to do with this. It's to do with things we're talking about later.
Rachel Caballero, D1. I'm not a politician, and I'm not forced to play the word salad game that's being played now. Staff does lie. You do lie. Everybody does illegal things that I've witnessed over the course of the last 5 years. So that was a line of crapola. And Councilman, maybe you have the doctor reach out to one of the city manager's 8,000 consultants to get help maneuvering through his project. This goes to picking and choosing the winners and losers in town, because nothing was done to South Texas beef, nothing's been done to Bootstrap, nothing was done to the Wilson Plaza when they were arrears in their water bills. So this is a blatant attempt at picking winners and losers. And this is the type of behavior that this community is done with. So we will be making the necessary decisions come November to end this. Thank you.
Trim complete.
Hello, Ron Hammy, Corpus Christi. I've worked with just about all of you in my previous job. I'm now with Corpus Christi FC and under the Next Sports Complex, our Next Sports Company. I think you guys know me pretty well that I don't misconstrue things, and I just have to come up and say that this is definitely just a misunderstanding between all parties. I definitely agree with a lot of you that this was done in haste between the Type B board because we didn't even know they were voting on it. Our lawyers didn't know that they were voting on it. Nobody had any idea about this. We've been working with Dan McGinn, and I appreciate all the work Dan's been doing. He's had our back trying to get us resolving through all of this, and we've done what we can to try and make amends to this. We want this project to work. We want to have a great relationship with the city. We've been trying to fix this problem as diligently as we can. I spoke with attorneys before coming here today, and what I've been told is that their decision is based on the criminal charges that have been brought up here. But from what they've told me is that the DA is not going forward with the charges. We are just waiting for a letter stating that they're not going forward with this, and they definitely moved out of haste with this. We're ready to pay the fine. We were ready to do it. I don't know why. I can't speak to Dr. Kinsley's decisions. I'm not paying it immediately, but we're ready to make amends for this. I believe the court date was put out from today, so we still have to wait a little bit
Renaming complete.
to get resolved. But this project is for good. The West Side needs it. This is not just for the West Side, but the entire city. We have soccer fields, but they're for everybody. Football, lacrosse, anything. Taking kids off the street, putting them to good use on the fields, learning life lessons, teamwork lessons, and then we have our pro team coming. It's exciting. First pro soccer team in Corpus Christi. Gotta be exciting. So I'm excited for it. I mean, I took a pay cut to take this job instead of sticking with news. So you know I'm passionate about this, and I hope that speaks to it. But I hope you guys see that this is wrong, and we should really try and fix it.
Good.
Appreciate your time.
Placement scan complete.
Anyone else? Okay, we close public
New file
comment on
sorted.
item number 22, and we are going to move on to item number 23, and that is discuss and consider possible action to receive a comprehensive report from Corpus Christi Animal Care Services on
Linux
daily
voice
operations,
control
staffing
restarted.
levels, intake and outcome data, and challenges. Also, an update on the timeline and process for filling the Animal Care Services Director position with clarification on leadership continuity during the transition as requested by council members Eric Cantu, Carolyn Vaughn, and Kelly Patson. Who's going to speak on that? Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you guys have a report for me?
Good afternoon, Sony Brandon, Assistant City Manager. So there was a comprehensive report that we sent at the end of December, don't remember the exact day, but we sent it to the council, and in that report, it was about the fiscal year 25 City Gate report, which is a multi-year phased recommendation strategy. So we completed the FY25 schedule, and so we did send that report out to the City Council, as well as an update on the capital improvement projects that City Council approved last fiscal year. And so those we've been sending out bi-monthly by way of memo, but in December we included it as part of the report, and then the update on the CIP projects will be sending out to council bi-monthly. So the next one will be sent to council in February.
So we've got nothing for you. Do you have anything to show me today? Numbers? How many animals got killed last month?
So for that report, that would be our shelter statistics. So on those, we do post annually as well. So the report that we sent to council was on Citygate. But we do have the information regarding our shelter statistics, our outcome, our live release rate, our euthanasia rate.
Can I see that?
Bad judgment, and that's a concern for me. That we have, there's nobody on there that stops us.
And then what we do as well is when we send the council the comprehensive report to be sent out. And for the community to know, is those statistics that are available on our website, updated monthly on our animal care website, the shelter statistics.
So you have nothing to show us on the screen?
You can go ahead and
We don't, Council. So this, this is a 3 memo. and we know you authored it, and we appreciate and respect that.
Okay, so how about this? Director, how many animals did we kill last month?
Okay, yeah. And Councilman, can I just finish while she's getting that? So if the council wants us to, we can put a presentation on the next council agenda. We're not sure if the majority of the council wanted the presentation, because 3 is not 9, and so the council needs to, the item is to discuss, do you want to hear a briefing? What Sony said is what we did do, unbeknownst to it was prior to this item, it was before this item, we did send a report like we normally do. It was a good comprehensive report, but we're not prepared today. With 7 pre-signature memos, we wouldn't have had time to get ready to do all these in good shape for today. The next council meeting's January 27th, so we can present and on the screen, and council can get it ahead of time through the normal business process. It takes a little bit of time to prepare material to include them in the agenda posting. We're not trying to delay or,
okay, so
dodgy issue.
So what's the status of the new director?
Yeah, so on that one,
my personal opinion, Peter, we have a lot of great candidates who applied for the director position, and I just don't understand why we're waiting so long for this, and that department is not renovated. And we're killing animals for space. They're going to say they're not. They're going to label them as medical reasons. I think the public needs answers. What do we need to do? Do we need to do a bond to put on the next election in November to build something bigger, get more kennels, get more money, more employees, whatever the case is? But I do tell you this, there is a whistleblower in your department, and they tell me stuff every day. And you guys are killing animals every day for space, and you're listing them under medical. I don't see you guys treating anyone else like that. Good.
So actually, we don't euthanize every day. That's one. And then when we do euthanize, it is laid out on the reports that are available to all of the public every month.
It's a lie on the medical. You're killing animals for space, and you're marking them under medical reasons.
And in 2025, we humanely euthanized 20 for space, which is 2.8% of all of the ones that were euthanized. And before they're euthanized for medical reasons, they are seen by a veterinarian.
Checklist that we go. So any animal that is euthanized for a reason other than leadership, euthanasias that occur for space only are occurring in instances where it is for space. If an animal has behavior or temperament issues, behavior, temperament issues. If an animal has medical issues, it's ordered by the
I get it with the aggressive animals. I get it, the ones that are literally medical sick, like there's no treatment for them, they're gonna die, they're suffering. I understand that. I understand we can't make it a whole no-kill Corpus Christi. It's not possible because of the aggressive animals and the ones that are sick. But to kill animals because this city didn't do crap for this shelter for years. And we're so behind on everything on the shelter. That's the last thing we care about. This council, all they care about was other stuff but the shelter. But we're giving $2 million for a damn parking lot. And when we talk about this, they say, hey, well, maybe we could find a donor to help us build some kennels. It's not their problem, it's our problem. This is a city problem. We need to fix this problem for once and for all. I mean, there's literally animals dying every day for space. And you guys can say it's not true, but it is true. Our cremation machine was broken for months. They are dumped the bodies at the damn landfill. That's sick. I mean, it blows my mind how this city does that. But we have money to go ahead and pay for crane service for the American Bank Center for $500,000. We have money for consultants. We have money for all this, but the animals, the voiceless, like, no, screw them, right? Just kill them.
Placement scan complete.
It's BS. It's not right. How can you guys sleep at night doing that? Like, it blows my mind. Like, I can't wrap myself around it. And, you know, the city is so screwed up that we fine people for feeding animals on the streets. You want us to not feed them and let them starve.
Placement scan complete.
It's sickening. And I'm not blaming you guys directly. I have some blame towards you guys because you guys are telling me that it's medical reasons. I know it's BS. And I just don't understand why we do this. And you know, every time they say, well, we don't have the money for it. We don't have the money. We don't have the money. We don't have money. But we have money for other things. We have money for desal. We have money for streets. We have money for parking lots. We have money for hotelers. But the problem we have here, public safety issues. We have aggressive dogs on the streets. We have sick dogs that need to be put down, are struggling and suffering. No care.
Good. Placement scan.
What are we going to do to fix this problem? Can we hire a consultant so we can put this on the agenda for November?
Okay.
Councilman, so we have hired a consultant, right? The city gate consultant is doing a great job. She's still on retainer with us. I would say the staff is doing that. We got to be careful about. This is a tough job already. Coming up here and standing at the podium and I know you're not shouting at them, but it's tough enough already. So I do ask for some level of care for the staff in this issue. We are doing the best we can do with the financial resources allocated. That's why when we do the budget every year, we sit down with the city council and see what are your biggest priorities. This is a council decision, so if we want to get to where you want to get, Councilman, we can get there. Nobody wants to euthanize dogs or cats at animal care. These guys are the most impassioned people with animals in the city in terms of city department staff. So the issue is, if we want to invest millions more, then we need to know that when we sit down with the council at budget time.
Okay, so how about now?
Let me finish, please. And we can't generate millions more, so we have to take it from some other place. And so it's a prioritization. And that's what we need to hear from council this coming months. If you want to invest millions, I'll take millions. 100 million for the building, plus more million for operating. If we want to do that, no problem. But we have to decide what we're not going to do.
It's going to cost us $100 million because we overpaid for everything. I mean, how much does it cost to put a warehouse and some Kindles so we don't have to have this fancy building and this fancy stuff? I mean, it just. And you're saying months, so we're going to have animals getting killed till we get our crap together. It's BS. We need to fix the problem now. Find a consultant, put it on the November election. Let the people decide.
And we can do that. I saw that too from you, and that's no problem. We can put it on the ballot if you want to increase your property tax rate to build more kennels, hire more staff. Then vote yes or no. That's a good policy recommendation, Councilman, frankly. And you said it right, which is that it's unfortunate for the city. This area has been underinvested in for decades. It's another decades of neglect story. So we're trying to catch up best we can. We're spending millions right now based on council's policy to improve the kennels. We have a consultant who's given us a report about it.
Last time we've done anything for the shelter besides the very last $4 million
Well, that's probably it. You know, there's been some minor things in my 7 years, but the kennels were built, but they weren't built even for adoption. They were built for euthanasia, the whole setup. And so this council, we recognize that. We had the consultant give us a recommendation, how do we improve it, that we're working through that. But really, it's a policy money choice about what do we not do anymore, and our revenues are less than ever, and so now the decision is just tight. You know, do we do libraries? Do we do parks? Do we do animal care? So we have to make those decisions collectively with the council. We'll give you information, and that consultant's great, Jan, who from Citygate, that gave us 169 ways to improve animal care, and that was a report that was sent out in December that showed how much of it is done. Not done. With respect to the director, I would disagree that we've passed up viable candidates. We have had a consultant again, a headhunter, a recruiter, who is leading the recommendation on do we pick this person or not for an interview. The pool has been limited. We've interviewed a few people, and we don't recommend them. We're not going to hire somebody if they don't fit, if they're not the right hire. So we wish we could hire somebody, as do many other municipal animal care facilities. This is a tough position to fill, and we're still recruiting. We have a new recruiter to give different perspective, who's advertising next week the position. They're working this week on finalizing the job spec. I personally have increased the level of compensation in the job spec and be one of the highest paid directors in the city. I've included in there a car allowance, clothing allowance, relocation allowance, and a sign-on bonus. And even with that, we can't get a candidate. So we're trying like hell. And the new recruiter hopefully will bring a different level to help us. So we know that. So we need good leadership at the director level. Katie's been doing a decent job, and she knows that we're going to look for somebody that has more direct experience in the animal care world. And that's what we're working on now.
What's the process to put this in November?
What we would do is work over the next several weeks with the council, with Jan, to identify how would we phase in how would we phase in less euthanasia, or some goal to get to some. It's not no kill. That's a kind of a misnomer. How would we?
I don't think it'll be a big problem. Then on my next agenda item, it says not to kill for space. So you only kill for $20 a year supposedly. So we could just pass that.
We need more kennels. I just spent time with city managers from across the country, 30 of them. San Jose has like 600 kennels. San Jose, California, 600 kennels. We have what?
118.
Renaming complete. That's just one city. We can give
1,000 people love their animals here in Corpus Christi.
The point is we need more kennels, is my point. So we need more kennels. Nobody's denying that. But then that comes, you need more staff to manage the kennels. And you got to clean them and take care of the animals. And so that's why we have to show you this. We're not even close to being ready to show you anything here. But we got the message. And if the council, we need direction from the full majority of the council. If you want us to get information ready for this council, to show you what it would take to get the Councilman Cantu's policy desire, we can do that. Nobody is not trying to do that. We just need to make sure the council wants us to do that. And then with Jan, we'll show you Citygate. We'll show you how we can phase it in over time. What would be the financial commitment in a bond program in the next budget, the 2027 budget, and we can get there.
Quarantine 0 empty folder.
So that's our position. We have the right help to help us develop a plan for you all if you want.
I just don't understand why we haven't had a plan.
What we do
Linux voice control restarted.
What we've done is we've had an animal care. It wasn't even called animal care, but it was in the police department, managed by Chief Markle. So we moved it out there, step one, several years ago. That's plan number one. Plan number two is we've added $3 million. The budget used to be $2 million, now it's $5 million. So we've doubled the staff. We've tried to bring in more professionals. We're improving the kennels, but it's incremental. And what the council has to understand in the community is that when you have decades of neglect, decades of bad decisions, you don't turn things around in a year or 2 years. It takes a lot of time, because we're talking about 29 lines of business. We can be here for the same issue, for the library, for parks, for police, for fire. And so it seems easy, sidewalks, to say, let's fix this right now. But we get 29 other things that and money and time, and so we're committed, Councilman. So what I need is direction from the council. If the council says, Peter, yes, the 3D signature memo that was submitted warrants 5 of us saying, please do that. We we want the consultant we want to invest in the consultant to help us develop a plan so we can consider it for the budget and for the election coming up in November. You tell me to do that, we'll do it.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez. I'm sorry.
There is definitely something wrong with my button here. So I hope IT fixes it. I've been dealing with this all day. I'm at the last of the list.
Good.
First off,
Placement scan complete.
you may like Mr. Sinoni, you may not like him, you may like these ladies or not, but we can all be respectful. We just don't need to laugh and call them liars. It's just wrong. I'm not going to accuse you of anything. I don't know what y'all are doing over there. Is there a concern? Yes, there is. Of course there is. And I think that part of the problem is we don't get it. You give us a verbal report on the thing, but I would love to see Mr. Sinoni for us to get a report, come back with a report maybe quarterly, so the public knows what is going on there with some numbers, how many animals were medical, and I'd be curious to know what the medical reasons are, because I'm sure you keep those. People spread rumors, and there are some truth to rumors, and then some of them are just flat out lies. You know, people get into that and they believe things that aren't true. They come up here and say things that aren't true. Some are true, some aren't. So I would just like for us to do maybe a quarterly report, because we've been wondering what's going on. And I met one of your candidates, and thank God you didn't hire. So you didn't have the greatest candidates. I didn't think. I only met one, and I thought, no way. So, and there are probably some problems here coming to Corpus Christi too. We can blame this city for all of our animal problems, but it is the residences. They're the ones that have the animals. It's a cultural problem here, and that needs to be addressed. We probably need to look at legislative this year for punishment, kind of like Florida did, because they get away with everything, and it is wrong. They're mean, and nobody does anything. I think the laws are part of the problem. And I would, if the city of Corpus Christi really wants to change what's going on, put a kennel on the bond. See if they'll pass it. If they care enough about the animals, they'll pass it, because we only have 100 kennels. And if you're going to build more, the city only has so much money. And this council and the previous council has put more money into animal control than ever before. So it's not that you're not doing anything that's not true. And it's frustrating. I know you all are with the dogs. I am too. And we have to change it, but I would like to see some documentation on the medical. Maybe if you can, I think you have 3 that signed it. I think everybody up here would want to hear an update.
We can do that for the 27th.
Okay.
We'll do, I go to the board meetings, the Animal Care Advisory Board meetings, and the last one I went to in December, as they do every month, the staff presents the board statistics, the same ones you're asking for. If you want to hear them, we can bring them in one quarter.
I think it's important, and that way, if people hear them regularly, like every quarter, it only takes 30 minutes. I think that way your mind's not wandering, you're not imagining things.
Right, so we'll do that for the 27th, and then we'll set it up quarterly, so we'll report to you the statistics.
But I would just hope that we would be kind when we come up here and talk.
I agree.
Be kind. There's no sense in accusing. I know y'all don't want to come up here and face us or face the audience. We don't know what's true and what's not, so let's just try and be a little bit more civil. Thank you.
I agree, Councilman. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Good.
Hernandez.
But you putting lights on. I don't want to.
Way off.
Okay.
It is, I know.
There are some things here that I want to make clear. We had a 24% increase in funding from budgeted from 2025 to 2026. Okay, so we went from 5 million to 6,200,000. Right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at the budget right here.
That may be true, Councilman. But if my writing statement was from years ago.
Yes. That was for capital improvements, yes.
No, I'm talking about this is from our operational budget. Animal care department summary. It went from adopted budget from 2024-2025, 5,9,972, and then the adopted budget 2025-26 was 6,214,439.
I believe that included the 250 for spay neuter and for
Okay, I'm just talking about how much money we've allotted to animal control. Right? I'm looking at our budget.
Okay, we're in agreement with that.
And so what I'm saying is that your department has gotten the biggest increase of any department in the city. Am I wrong there?
I can't answer that, but I do know they got an increase. We had to reduce. We've eliminated the park.
Over the last 2 years, we've added four personnel. We added people to your organization, some leadership, some technicians. I mean, we're investing, right? We're investing. You had recommendations from the consultant, 169 of them.
We sent that out in December. We can try to. I don't know if you all have them here today.
We were estimated to complete 65 for the first year, but we actually completed 92. So we are ahead of schedule because we are working so closely with city.
Okay, so I mean, this is some good, information to come back to us on. Probably better to put it in the public.
Yeah, we're going to do that.
Right. I want to say that we're investing.
Good.
We're investing in animal control and care and control. However you want to. The ordinance says animal care and control. Right. So it's not. We expect some results with that investment. Now it's only been one quarter. I gather that, but there's going to be some expectations here. Because there's an investment. We're doing it.
Yeah,
we had a long discussion about it during the budget process. So I want to make sure you understand that there's expectations on you now because we are investing. I would also look at other options for kennels. There's a lot of organizations out there that we can go and ask grants from. Let's not just let's maximize whatever we can get for these facilities, not just look at bond and taxpayer dollars, because there's a lot of other important things that we're doing, and I get that this is an issue for us, but I look at it from more this is a public safety thing, right? So I mean, you got to look at it from both sides. You got to look at it from the obviously the animal aspect of it and making sure we're humane in the way we're treating them. But we also, I don't want to be on the news like San Antonio was, where a pack of dogs killed somebody's grandfather. Okay, so I mean, you guys got a heavy burden on your shoulders, and you've got to make sure you're doing this right. And I can't say it enough. It's not for lack of our investment. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilman, to that point, just one other thing I learned recently with other city managers, and we're going to try to set it up here as a foundation. So we have Friends of the Library, the police, I think the Athletic Association, where people like the second row here who are so passionate about it can help leverage money for this foundation for animal care. So we're going to do that where we can get private donations, whether it's $5 or $5,000 or $5 million. We don't have it, so we're going to set that up. I just want to share that comment with you that's coming.
Good.
500,000 is pretty close to 350, Councilman. Yeah, it's just an example, Councilman, that they have 600 kennels and we have 100. Okay, all right, good.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, just like you just said about the 169 recommendations that y'all have received, it really is good news to hear that we've already accomplished 92. At one time, we had code compliance or code enforcement send us monthly reports. It was kind of nice to hear, it would have like how many calls, were received in the month, and it would break it down by district and those kinds of things. I would like to see still some of those things, like the 169, like you said, and we've accomplished 92. That's great. But again, I was just walking my dog yesterday, right? I ran across Sean Flanagan, who used to come here pretty regularly and make public comment. He was just bit, by a dog. I mean, and here we are where, he's a dog lover. He was walking his own dog. And so I can see how, we need to find balance, right? I can commiserate with, City Councilman Cantu, and that, we want a no-kill. But I also feel like it's a comprehensive approach, and I do feel that we are investing in animal care services, and the only thing that I can see right now is that we've been without, you've given your notice. How long ago, Katie?
Something along those lines.
Okay, we'll work with the board.
I mean, it's above and beyond. I mean, I think it was supposed to be like September or something.
But I'm still here and going strong, and everyone at ACS is determined and dedicated, and so that's why I'm still here until we find someone that is equally as dedicated as everyone that's there.
Mm-hmm. And it was a nice surprise to hear that Councilwoman Vaughn did actually get to meet one of the applicants, because that's one other thing that I would like to see is, how many applicants have applied, because I haven't heard anything. It's been a while since anyone has called me or said, but I know you keep saying, Peter, I know you keep saying that it's a hard or difficult position to fill, but again, can you remind the community what the qualifications are and what the base pay is now?
Sony can get the detail, but Councilwoman, as I said earlier, I have pushed the level of compensation for this position to a level that even the recruiter didn't want to do. I told him to do it anyway. So one of the highest paid directors, we're going to do basically a company vehicle or a transportation allowance, a clothing allowance, a cell phone allowance, a relocation package bigger than any other director we've done, and a sign-on bonus. That's public information.
Okay, and what is the base salary that you're offering?
Close to 200,000. Max is about 200,000. 200,000 is the maximum, so about 170 to 200,000.
Okay, it's close to 200,000.
And you're looking for someone that has what kind of a degree?
Right. So in the just like with executives, where it's the minimum degree is a bachelor's degree, we're looking for 10 years of progressive experience in animal welfare that has experience with field operations, shelter, clinic, all the operations of animal care. Right. Those 10 years be progressive experience. Also, it's preferable that it's a city of close to this size or larger, and then. It's noted on the application that they will be working with Citygate to implement the 5-year strategic plan as well. So that person would then be good for them to have experience with implementation and process approval.
Okay, so just to go back, our city is looking for someone that has a 10-year experience in animal care services, right?
Progressive, I did. Progressive experience
and
in animal welfare.
And a bachelor's degree. Okay, so those are the same qualifications that you had for our previous directors for all departments, because that's kind of what happened. To come back to you, Peter, when you hired some of our directors, that you didn't comply with those requirements. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's a real charge statement there.
Well, no, it's the truth.
So number one,
okay, it's the truth.
Let me finish. Number one, it's not every department director has that level of qualification.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, we really need the HR director at the podium. But number two, you can substitute years of service. You can substitute education. You can have work experience. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm just speaking about this particular job.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm just trying to get clarification so that people that are listening, because I hear that we have thousands of people listening to, right?
Yeah, maybe, Councilman, let me add to that. So those are the basic qualifications, but we're not robots. So what? Right. So I'm telling you, we're not. So we can make adjustments. You know. You know what I mean? I'm saying that again. I'm saying that I'm not saying that to disparage you. I'm saying that for us, that we set minimum qualifications, but we also have reason, and we can justify sometimes somebody that may not fit exactly that because they fit the way. So we're doing that. We've done that with every applicant that's applied for animal care.
Okay.
We're not saying, okay, you have 9.6 years, so nope, you're out.
Okay,
Right, yeah.
but bottom line is, Peter, is at the end of the day, you are the one that hires. I mean, it goes through HR, yes.
Right.
But you are responsible for hiring the employees. We are not. As council.
Right,
Okay.
by the charter.
Okay, so I just, so you make those decisions, based on like what you just said, that it's not always just based on what, on paper, you have to have 4 years, 10 years, and all that.
Right.
So I am just trying to make sure that we have that information out, that, we have so many animal advocates here that could surely help get someone qualified here. I mean, I know that y'all know people, and I know because y'all are always talking about finding homes in other states and, in other areas. So I would love to see if you could get input from the animal community, because they may have some recommendations. So anyway, that's just a suggestion that I have. And the others, just please, if you can, provide us with, maybe monthly reports on a regular basis, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
And Councilwoman Paxton. Thank you. Did I skip Mark? Paxton, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I got the Carolyn Vaughn disease. So I got my lights on and nobody calls on me, and Eric and I are over here and I can't talk to him because now it's lit up.
Go ahead. Councilman.
I'll be quick. So my quick take, thank you for what you do. Thank you. Right. God bless you people. Thank you for what you do. Number one. Number two, my sense was the city gate was a big deal. Y'all spent a lot of energy on that. And I thought we were going through that. I think we're going through that.
We are.
Good. I think it sounds like a success story. Unless somebody tells me otherwise, I would like an update. Maybe I missed that. In all fairness, so I apologize for that. I think doing it in public is a cool deal. I will tell you that the other thing that I thought was interesting is that a vet has to sign off on to euthanize an animal. So it's not like whether I trust you or not, and I do. There's a third party, and it's a professional with a license who's made an oath, right? That's signing off on that document. So that the real issue would be if we think that we're falsifying documents to euthanize animals in space that aren't space. It's really an accusation to our vet. That's my take. And I don't think you are, by the way. My sense is that you're not euthanizing for space. And I understand that what goes on if we make that decision. Peter, I'll tell you on that. So we go to this Flower Bluff deal last night. I'm listening to these people who are desperate for help because vagrants are taking over neighborhoods, and it's cold, and they're starting, fires in abandoned houses. And I'm sitting there thinking the whole time how we eliminated, you didn't, we did, eliminated the demolition fund from code enforcement. 600, I thought it was 600.
Yeah, right. The vacant building registration also was.
Right. And I remember how it went down, and I own some responsibility in that. But I was just thinking, if those folks, if we just had that fund, because it was all about, hey, we're going to get private companies to volunteer, and they can cheaper, better, faster, friendlier. But the real issue was we have an area town, right, that has this issue. And it's fun. It's a money deal. And so I'm on the city gate. I euthanized one of my Labradors today, and so yesterday. So I'm really sensitive to this whole concept because he was my shadow. So I'm real sensitive to that. So I'm with you. I think we need to follow the city gate. That's my take. Is city gate laid out a plan? We spent a fortune on them. They did a pretty comprehensive report. So my question is where we're at. Let's celebrate if we really are successful. What do we do next? But I also want to keep in mind that there are other needs. There's some people out there that desperately need some financial help that we can't provide because of budget eliminations. And that's not a you, that's us. I just wanted to articulate that in a group that if you'd have been at the Flower Bluff meeting last night, you'd have gone, oh man, we had a fund that we eliminated that could have prevented that fire, because that was one of the things is demolishing abandoned houses so they don't become opportunities for vacants.
And the registration of them. Right. I mean, the chief, well, he's not there, but most of our fires over the last quarter have been vacant buildings. So I asked him to actually, he'll send me reports when there's a fire. Good. And I'm asking him now, is it a vacant home or an active home? And most of them are vacant. And so we're spending tons of dollars on our fire department to respond to vacant homes that we don't know are vacant.
And if you don't know, the ran over and knocked on 2 other houses, one of which was starting to burn also and saved their lives. At least they claim they saved.
That's why we recommended that.
So we have a lot of needs. That's all. A lot of needs that mean a lot to a lot of people. That's important. Right. I support City Gate. Looking forward to a go forward plan. Thank
you. Well, so we did send. It was a really well done report in December. And that's in your mailboxes. But we're going to put this on the. We'll put that same report and presentation on the meeting in January 27th. And we do need to continue with Citygate. They've been with us for over 2 years, and so they know what we're doing. Jan Glickman, one of the agents from Citygate that's with us, is staff augmentation, helping us on the implementation, and they're the ones that, if the council wants us to, will help us develop a program to invest more money.
And I appreciate our other shelters in town. I know San Jacinto Title, my employer, is a big contributor to one of them. We're on what they call the Wall of Fame. And it's not me, that's the company's contribution. So I appreciate all that you all do. I thank you. I appreciate what you do. And Sonia, I appreciate your leadership. And I say, let's just follow the lead of Citygate and move as fast as we can and can afford.
Yes, sir.
I do want to make one small correction. So it wasn't 92 that we've done. We've completed 96.
Thank you for that.
There's a couple of those just right now.
Yes.
Presented to council.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. I want to thank the second row of the ladies, Veronica, and so many of you. I'm not naming by name because I know what you do. I get a lot of calls. We all do. And though, well, no, don't be sorry for that, Veronica, because I think, and maybe it is understanding. You know, I appreciate you, Councilman Cantu, bringing this forward, because at the end of the day, it's about caring about the animals, and we all do. Y'all know that. How many animals have we saved on a phone call? I mean, I was on a text earlier about a dog. You know about it. So, but it shouldn't work that way. And as the city manager said, it's a very long journey, and you all who are in the trenches, literally, it's hard. I get it to have that patience. We're up here going, I was at this meeting in Flower Bluff last night, a woman in tears because it could have been her home. It was right across the street or right in the same vicinity, the fire. And the fire was set because of a vagrant homeless person. It was terrible last night, what we heard. I think I texted you about it.
Well, the chief told me about it, so I saw it.
The chief did, because I texted him and he sent someone. But my point is that demolition fund matters. It all matters. But we need responsibly to do this responsibly, because how responsible would it be to say we're going to do, you know, we're not going to, we're going to save every single animal. You can't, you have, to me, rescues, foster. We have to strengthen that. That doesn't take a consultant. That doesn't take a $200,000 director to me. And that's what I want to hear from y'all. I want to know.
Scan complete.
What are we doing there? You know, who's creating or improving? Let's, like, low-hanging fruit. Forget 1,000 kennels and millions of dollars and air condition. We're, you know, because we care about our animals. it all matters. But how about we just start with low-hanging fruit? To me, foster and rescue is where we have to start. Because if every time I get that call and we have somewhere, you know, if it's not CCAC, and we have a strong, I don't even know what that, I can't, you all probably know what that looks like, then you know, that's gonna, I think that's gonna help, and those are little things that we can do on our level. But the other thing I'd like to see, and I really don't know much about it, but I know I hear a lot of complaints about it, and I don't think it takes all of this rigmarole to address, and that is the application for rescues. I hear it is too complicated, it's ridiculous, and it's just I mean, to the point where some people are like, forget it. And some people, I think we're talking even out of state, you know, rescues that help us or not. And so I don't want y'all to address all of that right now. I'm stating, I get where this is all coming from. I've been an advocate. I was the advocate to start the spay and neuter. That never happened in this city until I said, we have to allocate money, and it was $500,000, and Greg Smith said, I'm going to cut it in half. I said, I'll take the $250. That's better than nothing. But it started, and we have had spay and neuter at $250,000 for multiple years. That's one little thing, but you all know that is major. So this council needs to know, out of all those things that they are saying, right, City Gate, all these things are important, and we get it. What is the priority? Is it building the kennels? Is it air conditioning them? Is it, putting another $250 into spay and neuter? Is that going to make the difference? Is it investing in the rescue program and the foster program? We don't know, because it just comes to us from all sides. And then you hear the bad stories, So anyway, I appreciate the work you all do. I appreciate it. And I know I get a little sassy sometimes too, going, but what about this? And can't you go in the back? There's a church parking lot. Just go back there and check on the dog. And so thank you for working with all of us, because I think you get calls from everybody. But we are, as Councilman Hernandez mentioned, we are investing. Do we need more? Yes. But here's my word to you, my advice to you. When that budget comes around, that's when we need to hear from you, to say, we can't do it all, but you can pick one thing and say, double the spay and neuter. That's where we want an extra $250,000 or whatever, whatever that may be. Anyhow, thank you. I appreciate y'all. And ladies, I appreciate all of you and everything. And gentlemen, sorry you're there. Okay, we've got Councilwoman Paxton, Councilman Barrera, and then we're very late on our public comment. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's this is a topic that is high emotion for a lot of us, most of us. We care about our animal members of the community so much, and I think a lot of us probably have some at home, and so it touches our hearts dearly, and so it's completely understandable, when we get those text messages that are just really difficult to read, and the challenges